Good morning. Thank you for joining us here on RC Racing TV. If you're joining us bright and early, we will be bringing you coverage all day today of Finals Day from the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. We're bringing you this coverage all day in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing, and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Just seeing cars heading out for the first of the GTB Finals being run today. This is actually the second leg of the GTB Final because the first legs of the GT Finals ran late, very late yesterday evening. They were sort of gone 9 p.m. They were hitting the track, but that got them out there. That buys us a little bit of time later on in the day for driver introductions.
Wasn't that late?
It was late by Euro standards. It wasn't late by other event standards.
Yeah, it wasn't late by Snowbird standards. It was early.
No. Well, I mean, it's yeah. But what is like? When does late become early at Snowbird?
Yeah, it's true. Well, we're all out of kilter here because obviously the clocks went forward.
Yes,
they went forward because they spring forward and they fall back.
They do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've lost an hour, and then we'll lose. Yeah. We're all out of sorts. What happened yesterday then in this final? Philip Huddy won the first leg of the final. So if Philip wins this one, his day's done effectively for first thing. So this is going to be a strange one. They're not going to be back on track again till much later on because there isn't a final for them during the second leg of finals. Philip Glorio going to lead away though, the white and pink coloured car. Glorio leads away. These cars feel a little bit sedate, and Philip Huddy has a bit of contact, drops down to 5th position. So we're watching at the moment the battle going on for that's 3rd, 4th and 5th. So car, we are watching the white and blue car. Philip Huddy, he is now back up into 3rd position. And Philip now looking like he is going to be challenging Dennis Marshalow for 2nd position. Philip makes his way through very nicely on Dennis Marshalow. So Philip Glorio leading from Philip Huddy. Lead gap though is pretty big. Glorio has got a best part of 6-second lead already. In fact, it's up to 6.3 seconds. Cars fairly evenly spread out. Only 5 cars in this final. Let's see if we can pick up the leader, the white and pink coloured car. There we go as he goes through the fast sweep. 6.3 seconds his lead. It's now up to 7.5 seconds. So Philip Glorio finding some pace overnight. His best lap, a 14.494. Philip Huddy, next best lap with a 15.156. So half a second in his pocket. 8.2 seconds now, the lead for Philip Glorio, who we are running with. We're nearly 2 minutes into the run, and he's already got himself an 8.2 second lead. That's only going to grow. It's now 9.1. So Glorio on track to lap the field. No real close battles going on. We will endeavour over the course of the day to bring you close battles as best we can do all the way through. Just past the car of Philip Schuch. Oh, Carl Schuch, sorry. There's only 2 Philips in this race, Philip Glorio and Philip Huddy. We are running with Philip Glorio at the moment. still leading this one. If there was any close battles going on, we would bring them to you. But, everybody fairly evenly spaced out. 8.9 seconds now, the lead for Philip Glorio. I think we've got potentially... No, we've still got 5 cars circulating out there. Thought there were only 4 of them briefly. ...12 seconds now. Lead. There is actually a battle for second going on. Let's see if we can pick that up. That's just gone through the fast sweep. There we go. That is the battle for second. Philip Huddy from Carl Schuck. Phillips just pulled a tiny bit of a gap. It's up to 6/10. Coming down again though. Gap stretching in and out. Remember, Philip Huddy took a win in the first leg yesterday. If he can take this one as well, he'll take the overall win. It's not looking likely though. Philip Glorio leading by 13 seconds now. And in fact, that is the next car behind him. So this is the leader we're running with now as he comes in towards lapping second position. There we go. Leader is now a lap up with just 4.5 minutes down. So just over half distance and he's lapped the field. Good pace from Philip Glorio. Still the 14.494. Philip Huddy's managed to do a 14.8. So he's done a lap only 0.3 slower. But last time round it was a 14.6 for Philip Glorio, 15.2 for Philip Huddy. So good pace all the way through for Glorio. Actually, now that Philip Huddy is behind him, he seems to have found a bit of a second wind, getting a bit of a tow. 15.2s for the pair of them last time round. Two and a half minutes remaining. So again, now that Philip Huddy is one lap down, he's got the leader to tack onto, and a bit of a coming together there between the leader and the pink-coloured car. Doesn't cost him too much, it just drops him just off the lap. That was the car of Henry Guinetis. Lead car with 1.5 minutes left. Philip Glorio. 16 seconds to the good over Philip Huddy. That 16 seconds shows itself as just over 1 lap as they enter the final minute. Ivo Gersdorf says good morning. Good morning, Ivo. Nice to have you joining us here on RC Racing TV. If you have just discovered us, are just finding us, and welcome. You're watching live coverage of Finals Day, so everything you see today will be a race. Still over a lap lead for Philip Glorio. And he is just about to effectively seal the win as he crosses the loop this time, because they are on their final laps, and obviously being a lap up, Philip Huddy, even if Philip Glorio was to stop now, he would not make the time. But there we go, Philip Glorio crosses the line to take that first leg from Philip Huddy. Second leg, sorry. First leg ran yesterday in these classes. Everything else later on today will be the first leg that we're looking at. So Philip Glorio taking the win there from Philip Huddy. Right, just over one lap. There we go, Philip Glorio taking that by just over one lap from Philip Huddy. Carl Schuck in third position. Coming up next, the second leg of the A Final. Adam Mackman saying hi, James, in the chat. Hi, Adam. Adam will be appearing later on in the A Final. That's some news to bring you. Sort of broke late last night that the qualifying order for the Spec class changed around a little bit, with Adam Mackman getting 10th over James Hart. Basically, Adam had a quicker time in his lowest scoring round over James Hart, so that was why he got the position. Lewis Mobers set to lead this one away. He won the first leg yesterday from Chris Grenz. So if Lewis Mobers wins this, he takes the title. Evo saying he used to race 112 years ago. Coronavirus stopped the hobby for him, but he's still a little bit involved with 128 to go. Lewis Mobers leads away from Laurent Sips. We had a retirement from Laurent yesterday. He looked like he had some pretty decent pace in him, but a bit of a barrier tap, and I believe he broke the car. So dropped him down the field. So we're running with the 2 car as our main focus at the moment, the white and blue coloured car of Laurent Sips. You can see just in front of him Lewis Mobers, behind him Mika Mobers. So whichever way he looks, he will see a Mobers. 7/10 of a second now, the lead gap. Like a very small mistake there from Lewis Mobers, but recovers from it. I think the lead gap's going to come down very slightly, somewhere in the region of half a second. Laurent Sips looks like he has managed to break Mika Mobers. So he wants to set off after Lewis. Gap now 9/10 of a second. It's down to 3/4 of a second now. So slightly quicker lap that time round from Laurent. Laurent Sips we're running with as he runs in second position, trying to catch Lewis Mobers. Lewis winning the first leg last night, so if Lewis wins this, then he will claim the meeting for this GT class, an invitational class here, or a like a display class, before we go into the Euros proper. Still 0.8 of a second. With Lawrence Sips behind Lewis Mobers. You can still just see Lewis flashing out the front of shot. Let's move our focus forward onto Lewis. We run with him as he starts closing in through traffic. A little bit of a bobble over the curb there, just as he came out onto the main straight, gets away with it. Traffic is clearing out the way of the two leaders. Gap down to 0.6 now. Mika Mober's still running in third, but this is the closest battle that hasn't really exploded into life yet. Lewis Mober's holding Lawrence Sips at arm's length. Gap has come down, though, as they come down the main straight this time. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Gap now is 4.5 tenths. Let's have a look this time round. 13.8 from Lewis Mobers, a 13.7 from Lawrence Sips. Being joined by Lee Palmer as well. He says good luck to all the racers. Calling me the voice of 1/12 scale. Not sure I'll have much of a voice by the end of this, but we will keep things moving all day long. Lawrence Sips losing a fair bit of time. 13.7s for the pair of them. But, Lewis Mobers seems to have got that gap stabilised. Still running with him. We're still only halfway through the race, but if Lewis Mobers can keep this up, he will take the title. 1.2 seconds now, the lead gap. So Lewis Mobers, it's 1.6 now. Lawrence Sips starting to fall away. Is he falling back into the clutches of Mika Mobers? Just going to have a quick look at Mika's split time as he comes around. Lewis is 1.4. There's a 3.2, it's 3.3. Okay, so that's kind of stabilised now. Laurent is like 1.5 seconds behind now. Not really challenging, but not under threat from Mika either. Mika, in turn, has a relatively comfortable lead over Esteban Fontaine. Lewis Mobers still leading this one out down the main straight. He's going to be catching the number 9 car of Thomas Krajicek pretty soon. So car 9 being called out the way and ducking out the way there very nicely. Lawrence Sips still second. He is over 2 seconds down now. Mika Mober's got that gap down to 2.8 seconds, but needs to be going quite a lot quicker than that to stand a chance of catching Lawrence Sips. Being asked what time are they driving till today. The timetable is showing racing up until like 16:30 Central European time. Lewis Mobers, though, doing everything he needs to. 2.6 seconds in the lead now. He's broken the spirit of Lawrence Sips. Three seconds now, the lead gap for Lewis Mobers. Just over 1 minute remaining for him. He took the first leg yesterday. If he takes this one, then he's won 2 legs out of the 3. So he is then done. Just catching some traffic with, what have we got, 50 seconds left. Lewis making his way through some battling cars further down the field. Demonstration run then now for Lewis Mobers. He has got a bunch of cars between him and Lawrence. Mika Mobers has got the gap down to Lawrence to 1.7 seconds. Still not really close enough. 20 seconds left. Lewis Mobers on his penultimate lap. About to start his final lap now. Again, carving his way through the traffic. Laurent Sips looks like he has got enough to hang on to second position relatively comfortably. Mika Mobers has actually finished, so yeah, Laurent has got second, and there we go. Lewis Mobers takes the win and takes that overall with 2 leg wins. Lewis Mobers then winning leg 1 and 2. Laurent Sips with a second place. Chris Grenz has also got a second place from the first leg, so we're not going to see these guys out on track until quite a lot later today. Next time we'll see GT will be just gone 2 p.m. Coming next, the H main. So H Final for stock. This is the first leg of this final, so nothing to be decided here. Matthias Hermans, Lee Moss, Winston Barnett, Dennis Marshalow, Eric Gourgeot, Patrick Room, Mario Neri, and Eric Roll. No car 7, so Mario Neri not taking the start in this one. Bringing you this coverage all day today in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing. Also thank you to Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Matthias Hermans leads away from Lee Moss from Winston Barnett. Already a retirement for the car number 4 of Dennis Marshalow. We are watching the lead car at the moment though of Matthias Hermans, trying to break away from the car of Lee Moss. So they were 1 and 2 on the grid. Gap was half a second last time round. It's up to 7 tenths, nearly 8 tenths. Lee looks like he is trying to mount some kind of attack on Matthias. Those two got the lead down to half a second. You can just about see them both in shot. Still this lead battle. Matthias Hermans, the white and orange coloured car. Lee Moss, the white and green coloured car. As they go down the main straight, let's focus on the leader at the minute. So leader just starting to edge away. He's got his lead gap up to over 1 second now over Lee Moss. This is the closest battle on track at the moment. So Mathias starting to keep that gap stable at just over 1 second. Though Lee looks a little bit closer this time potentially. And gap down to 0.6 of a second now between Lee Moss and Mathias Hermans. Small little bobble over the curb in the chicane there from Mathias. Lee will see that. He will sniff his opportunity. 0.7 gap now. Not really extended or turned it into a battle. 0.8 now, another 10th lost for Lee. Mathias doing everything he needs to at the moment, but just gets a little bit balked by some traffic. That lets Lee close back in. So Mathias would spend a couple of laps just edging that gap out and lost, or will have lost, a chunk of that through the traffic. 0.7 now, the gap between the lead two. A little bit deep there as well through the chicane. I think he got it back, but carried a bit much speed, and he won't want to be doing that if there is anybody close. Two leaders going through the traffic, almost line astern. Still 0.75 of a second between them, but they're arriving at about the same time. So Mathias Hermans gets out of the way of, or gets past some traffic. Two leaders, still the closest cars on the track. 4:30 to go, so they're not even at half distance yet. Lee Moss being kept at arm's length, but big mistake there for Mathias Hermans. That's let Lee Moss close right in, and they come up on some more traffic past them. Let's see as they cross the line. That was a scruffy couple of corners for Lee Moss. All of that advantage that he was given by that mistake from Mathias has just bled away again. 0.8 of a second. It's now 0.9, but another mistake there from Mathias Hermans. He just can't get away from Lee Moss. Lee just keeping that pressure on. And oh, there we go. That was Mathias Hermans getting balked as they went past some lap traffic. Just about hung on to the lead. Still Mathias Hermans and Lee Moss. Really good battle going on out in front between these two. Another mistake there for Mathias. Gives Lee an opportunity. 1/4 of a second as they cross the line. Mathias Hermans not looking comfortable with the pressure that Lee Moss is applying from behind. Lee Moss probing for some kind of gap that he can slot his car into. Coming up on some more traffic that needs to get out of the way. And there we go. There's a change for the lead then as Lee Moss went the right way of a bit of a lapped car. Lee Moss now hits the front from Mathias Hermans. 1/4 of a second between them. 2:30, and another mistake there for Mathias Hermans. That leaves Lee Moss with a more comfortable lead. Let's see what it is as they cross the line. 2.5 seconds now, the lead for Lee Moss. So Mathias Hermans had it in control until they came up to some traffic, then lost it, and potentially in his frustration made a little bit of a mistake through the chicane. So let's have a look now and see what there. It was 2.6 seconds last time round, 2.1 this time round. Mathias taking 1/2 a second out of Lee Moss. If he can continue taking 1/2 a second out with 1:45 left, that will be enough time. It's down to 2 seconds. Lee now is the one that's having to worry about cutting his way through the traffic, but we're running with him 1.7 seconds. Just see Matthias Hermans appearing in the back of shot on occasion. It's not this car directly behind Lee Moss. The time is ticking down, it's 1.8 seconds. Lee can afford to lose a little bit of time to Matthias. 2 seconds now as we enter the final minute. It's going to take a bit of a meltdown for Lee now to lose it from here. Lee 2.2 seconds ahead of Matthias now, with 40 seconds remaining. So I think Lee has done enough. Still 2.4 seconds. And still 2.3 seconds, 1/10. It doesn't matter at this stage with 20 seconds left to go. Final 10 seconds, so they're on to their last laps now. Lee comes out onto the main straight for the last time. Time has expired. Oh, mistake there from Lee right at the end. Hands it to Matthias Hermans. Lee Moss, what was that? Right at the end. So Lee dropping to second, having had that in his pocket as he went down the straight for the last time. Like last corner, Matthias Hermans gets given that back. You could argue that that was what he deserved, having lost it early on. But yeah, that's not ideal ending there for Lee. But Matthias Hermans taking that one from Lee Moss. Eric Gourgeot in third position. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV for our live coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. We're bringing you live coverage all day in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Jukka Häkämies going to lead away the G Final then from Stefan Kalbrecht, Eero Häkämies, Tony Wade, Jaakko Humarslo, Arthur Hoffman, Thomas Gavel, Senna Optebeek, Thomas Steinhager and Chris House. Jukka Häkämies with the camouflage carpet grey car leading away. That's car number one from Stefan Kalbrecht. In fact, that's not Stefan Kalbrecht, is it? Oh, there's a change there. So car number 3 leads. That is Eero Häkämies in the lead from Jukka Häkämies. Tony Wade currently in third position. That looked a little bit scripted, with Eero Häkämies taking the lead from Jukka. Eero out in the lead, Jukka running shotgun for him. Not sure there is going to be a huge battle for the lead. think they're just going to fly in formation at the start, the two Finns. Still the front two circulating just in front of Tony Wade. Closest battle on track is between, I think, Eero Häkämies and Tony Wade, so that's the grey coloured car. Let's focus on him and just sort of keep an eye on the yellow and purple coloured car behind him as well. This the battle for second and third. Jukka Häkämies, our pole sitter, who didn't put up an awful lot of a fight when Eero Häkämies approached him. Eero starting to get away at the front. He is 1.5 seconds down the road. Only 3/10 between these two. It's up to 6/10. Bit of a scrappy lap from Tony. Oh, Tony, bit of a mistake there. That's dropped him down into the clutches of Stefan Kalbrecht. This is still the closest battle. Thomas Gavell also getting involved in that. So that's Stefan Kalbrecht getting up to third position. The white-coloured car. Looks like he's got some good pace in his car. Let's follow him as he sees if he can close in on Jukka Häkämies. 6/10 between Jukka Häkämies and Stefan Kalbrecht. Battle for the lead actually looks like it's picking up. Let's see if we can pick that one up. We've got Eero Häkämies from Jukka Häkämies. We suspect that Jukka may be running shotgun for Eero, given how he appeared to open the door completely for him. Still this battle for the lead going on. This is the battle for second and third that we're looking at the minute. Jukka Häkämies versus Stefan Kalbrecht. Jukka is the grey coloured car. Stefan is the all-white coloured car. Suspect if Stefan can get past, we're nearly at half distance. If Stefan can get past Jukka, he will set off after Eero. Good defensive driving there from Jukka. And, oh, mistake there. Oh, we got a broken wheel, bit of chaos going on. So that is Stefan Kalbrecht retiring from like second and third, and Jukka Häkämies. So I think that's going to promote Thomas Gavell up into second, the green front, blue rear coloured car. But Eero Häkämies will now be leading by a huge amount. I think after that, it's going to be well over 4 seconds. 4.2 seconds. Lead car is the pink car of Eero Häkämies. Eero Häkämies from Thomas Gavell. Jaakko Humarshalo. Tony Wade's got himself up into fourth. Chris House is up into fifth position. We are running with the lead car though. 3.5 second lead over Thomas Gavell. Mistake there for the lead car, so change of lead. Eero Häkämies was leading, now Thomas Gavell, the green front, blue rear car, is our leader. Second place is the pink coloured car. Tony Wade's managed to pull himself back up into third position. Thomas Gavell having picked up the lead all the way from P7. Eero Häkämies will be kicking himself. Had that well in control. Oh, another mistake from Eero. And a wild Tony Wade has appeared on the scene. Or is fast appearing on the scene. 1.5 minutes left. That car directly behind Eero is Tony. Another mistake there from Eero. Thomas Gavell has checked out at the front of this one. We're watching the battle for second and third. Tony had descended down as far as 7th, but he has clawed his way back up. So tenacious Tony Wade trying to put himself into second. 45 seconds left. 0.3 of a second. Tony runs in a bit hot there. It's a small mistake from Tony. Still just over 0.3 of a second. 1/3 of a second between them. Oh, mistake there from Thomas Gavell. Eero Häkämies. Mistake from Eero Häkämies. Puts Tony up into second. Let's pick up the lead car, the green and blue coloured car, as he comes across the line to start his final lap. Tony Wade now comfortable in second position, but we are watching Thomas Gavell as he crosses the line to take the win. Tony Wade in second. And Jaakko Humarshalo takes third position. So no one seemingly wanting to take the opportunity to lead that one. Thomas Gavell then from Tony Wade. F Final coming up. Rob Jackson being lined up on pole position. Welcome if you are just joining us for this coverage on finals day from the EFRA 112 European Championships. We're bringing you this live coverage in conjunction with Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line.
Looks like class was ready, car was ready. We'll take this F main a little earlier than on the plan, and we will slow it down after this one. All drivers ready, marshals ready. We're going racing, guys.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Rob Jackson leads away the white and red coloured car from Eric Sotoreu, the white and red coloured car. Rob Jackson leading this one. I think we've got Tim Janssen up into second position. Confirms we crossed the line. In fact, I think that's Esteban Fontaine. It is Esteban Fontaine in second. Rob Jackson leading, though, the white and red coloured car down the main straight. Already got 1.2 seconds lead. Looks like we already have a retirement for Mark Payne. Rob Jackson runs a little bit wide and don't think his car's broken. I think that's just dirt on the tyres and understeer, but all gone wrong for Rob Jackson. This is the lead car of Esteban Fontaine, then all the way from P4 on the grid. Manuel Ferrero in second position, Cedric Gills in third. Mistakes from everybody, this turning into a bit of a scrappy final. So Rob Jackson and Mark Payne both having done the step back of shame on the driver's rostrum, dejectedly looking down as their transmitters as they flick the off button. Esteban Fontaine leading this by 1.5 seconds. So like Rob Jackson appears to be running again. He's right down at the tail of the field. We're still running with the leader though. No close battles to bring you. Just going to keep an eye on the progression of Rob because he has got a very fast car underneath him, and his best lap is like a 12.8 compared to the leader's 13.0. So we'll just keep an eye and see. He's still down in 8th position, but bit of a scruffy race, and we'll see if he appears somewhere on the scene. No sign of it yet though. I think we are going to have Eric Sotorayu. Oh no, that was the number 8 car of Cedric Gills, who has done a spur gear. So leader off the end of the main straight. So that is the leader. He's now just put a lap into Rob. Still Esteban Fontaine in P4 from Emmanuel Ferrero. Eric Sotorayu. Eric Sotorayu up to second position, but he is 2.5 seconds back off of this lead. And Eric is in turn 1.7 seconds ahead of third position. Gabriel Moreau asking for lap time. Oh, mistake there for the leader. Gabriel Moreau asking for lap times. If you want to see lap times, they are available to you on myrcm.ch. You can see all of the live lap times there. With race times, there would be too much information appearing on the screen. So that's why you'll need a separate timing screen if you want to keep up with lap times, but they are available and being published live. 12.8 best lap from Esteban Fontaine, who we are running with. Second position, Eric Sotorayu with a 12.7. 1.9 second gap between them. That translates to about the length of the straight for these guys. A little bit deep there for Esteban. 3 minutes to go. So still plenty of time. Eric 1.7 off the lead now. Might be seeing a bit of a late charge from Eric Sotorayu. 1.4 now. Under 1 second, this could be on. This is Esteban we are running with. Eric running in second. It's back up to 1.5. 2 minutes left now. And mistake there for the leader. That's got it down to 7/10. 2 minutes left. Esteban's going to be getting a little bit nervous at this. He'll see Eric just appearing in his peripheral vision. 6/10 now. Down the main straight. Eric now effectively with Esteban, 4/10 of a second. This is the battle for the lead we are watching. They're together. Oh, that was nearly a move for the lead there. 1/4 of a second between them as they crossed the line that time. 1 minute left to go. Esteban Fontaine still leading this one from Eric Sotoreu, but Esteban makes a small mistake and Eric finds himself blocked. He can't find a way through. There was 1/3 of a second between them. It's up to 4/10 now. Eric's trying. Eric is pushing very, very hard. A little bit of a mistake there, a little bit of a bobble. That will take the pressure off very slightly. It's still only 2/3 of a second, though, the gap between them. Esteban, I think he's resisted the pressure admirably. 25 seconds left. The gap's up to 1.7 seconds now. So Esteban resists the pressure. There we go. They're on to the final lap now. Gap back down to 1 second, but that doesn't matter. Just the main straight and a few more corners left for Esteban. He will breathe a sigh of relief, and there we go. Esteban Fontaine takes that from a spirited fight back from Eric Sotoreu. Got back up to him, but never quite found his way past. June asking in the chat, where is Joel Johnson? Right class, but about 35 years too late. But yeah, nearly there, almost there. That was the F Final then. That was quite attritional, I think would be a fair description of that. Esteban Fontaine getting that fairly comfortably in the end, but that doesn't really tell the full story. Eric Sotoreu put up a very good fight towards the middle of that run. There we go, just hearing or seeing some information from our event sponsor, Hobbywing. We're also bringing you this live coverage in conjunction with Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. So appears we're a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, so they've put in like a 2 or 3 minute break before the start of this fight just to get everybody back onto time schedule.
Fair enough.
But yes, it was good to see though, like some of the Hobbywing products there. Just
what do you think?
Been filtered through.
What particularly? Because this is Spec. What will they be running?
So the majority of drivers out there will be using the one of the Hobbywing 1S speed controllers.
Okay.
They're very popular. There's a couple of them out there. There's the stock spec one, and there's the Pro HD version. So they'll be in probably 90-95% of the cars.
Very dominant in this class.
Yes. You'll also see an awful lot of the G4R 13.5 motor. I think you can probably count on the fingers of one hand the number of cars in this class that aren't running that motor. So very strong, very powerful. E Final then. Mark Jordan will lead away from Mikael Brandt, Philip Lischka, Olivier Pierrat, Mark Dieterman, Ole Thomas Bryn, Alfie Hart, Julian Kryuchek, Niels Mers, and Andy Thompson.
We're going racing.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Mark Jordan leads away. Having a quick chat with him earlier, he was saying his car felt absolutely amazing in the practice final this morning. And he was wondering why he didn't have that underneath him yesterday. But Mark already starting to stretch away at the front. He's got 3/4 of a second of a lead from Mikael Brandt. Stretched it out to 8/10 already. These two have made a bit of a break for it. Mikael not really letting him get away. It's still 3/4 of a second between those front two. Mark off the end of the main straight, hooks in. Very nice. Oh, a bit of an over rotation there for Mark. Small mistake over the curb. Just bobbled it over the curb, got on the throttle. The chassis was beached on the curb and rotated. That was the other thing he was saying he was struggling with. A bit of sort of trying to judge the curbs and how much you could use of them. We have the yellow car down the main straight though as the lead car. That is Mikael Brandt. Mark Jordan 8/10 of a second off of him. It's the lead battle going on. Top three all covered by 1.5 seconds. Good start for Alfie Hart as well. He's got himself up to 4th from P7. He is 4 seconds back off of this battle though. Mark Jordan now within 1/2 second of Mikael. Oh, Mark Jordan was within 1/2 second of Mikael Brandt. Curse of the commentator. Lead though is Marcel Brandt. In fact, let's pick up this battle there. That is Alfie Hart and Mark Jordan. I think Mark Dieterman's popped out of that in 4th position. Mark Dieterman is the green front, white rear coloured car. Mark Jordan, having won the practice final with an amazing car, has just ended up on the driver's rostrum. Lead car, though, is the yellow car of Mikael Brandt. Let's just pick him up because there's 2 yellow cars out there. It is the number 2 car. Let me just see if we can pick him out. So Michael Brandt just gone past us now. And through the fast sweep. There we go. That is our lead car. He is 2.3 seconds in the lead. So 1 car forward from that. There we go. That is our lead car. 2.3 seconds in the lead from Olivier Pierrat. 3rd place, Mark Dieterman. He is about 7 seconds off of the lead. So no close battles going on out there at the moment. This the 5th place car of Julian Kryuchek. Oh, mistake there from the leader. That has dropped him down. Have a look. No, that wasn't the lead car that was over there. That was another yellow car. Bunch of yellow cars out there, making things slightly confusing. But still, the 2 car that he's leading, that is the yellow car through the fast sweep now. He is just going through the chicane and out onto the main straight. That is our lead car, Mikael Brandt. Now circulating just in front of Mark Jordan, who he was racing about 5 minutes ago, but descending into chaos for Mark. Traffic in front of the leader, gets out of the way. Mark sees that as an opportunity to dive through. Leader then has nice clear traffic in front of him, or nice clear track in front of him with no traffic. Oliver Pierrat is within 1.2 seconds of the lead. Oliver Pierrat still 1.2 seconds off the lead. We are watching the lead car. That is the closest pair of cars out there on track. One 1.2 seconds still. So lead car starting to carve his way through. I think the fact that he is the same colour as a bunch of the other cars out there might not help him too much coming through traffic. Leader across the loop, closing in on the rear of, looks like Andy Thompson's car. Andy all the way up to P5 from his starting position of 10th. Michael Brandt still leading this one, just over a minute to go. Oliver Pierrat 1.7 seconds back. Mark Dieterman running third, but he is 4.2 seconds off of the car of Pierrat in second. 1.5 seconds between the 2 lead cars now. 45 seconds remaining. Still 1.5 seconds. Mikael Brandt not really charged up to the back of Andy Thompson. So Andy gets out the way of Mikael Brandt. Think they're just going to make the split, the top 2. Mikael Brandt certainly will. Oliver Pierrat might. Let's just see. Mikael Brandt is on his final lap. Let's have a look. Oliver Pierrat has missed it. So Mikael Brandt taking the win there and just coming across for his finishing time. Mikael Brandt getting that from Olivier Pierrat. Mark Dieterman taking 3rd position. Mikael Brandt then with that from Olivier Pierrat and Mark Dieterman. Coming up next, we've got the D Final. Three minutes until the start of the Spec D Final. Thank you again for joining us. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing. Also, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Dan Burks going to lead away from Janne Koivisto, Marcus Andreasen, Lucas Larsson, Oyvind Stustal, Alex Seiter, Tom Adams, Jan Dietmar, Rick van der Acker and Michael Back. Dan Burks leading the way, green and gold coloured car. Bit of a scrappy weekend so far for Dan, but he has had good pace at points. Still leading from Janne Koivisto. Half a second between them as they cross the line for the first time. So, small mistake there from Dan. That lets Janne right on him. 0.3 of a second between the two of them. A little bit deep from Dan there. Just wants to keep that circulating, keep it tight. Not open the door to Janne. 0.2 of a second. So just under 0.3 of a second. Janne wants past Dan. Dan keeping the door closed tight. Dan having plenty of training of defending hard during local club racing. Just keeping it tight still. Dan Burks from Janne Koivisto. This is the lead battle. 0.25 of a second between them. A pair of them escaping from Lucas Larsson. Lucas a second back off of the small little bobble again from Dan, but doesn't really open the door for Janne. Dan defending, keeping it tight from Janne Koivisto. Down the main straight once more. Dan driving defensive, driving tight. So let Janne close to within 0.2 of him. Battle still raging out in the front of the field. Bit deep there from Dan. Opens the door for Janne, but Dan manages to slam the door in his face. Still this battle going on for the lead. Dan Burks, Janne Koivisto. Dan just hanging on. A little bit leery for Dan there. Still keeping it tight. Small mistake from Janne. Does that take the pressure off Dan? Does that let him breathe, get away? It doesn't. Oh, mistake there from Dan. Lets Janne through. So little bobble over the chicane. So now Janne leading this one from Dan Burks. Lucas Larsson's not out of this either. Oh, another mistake from Dan. This is Lucas Larsson, the blue car. So this is the battle for second and third. Marcus Andreasen keeping a watching brief as well. He is the white and orange coloured car. So second, third and fourth flash down the main straight together. Janne Koivisto getting away a little bit now. Over a second in front of Dan. Okay, so Dan's got the gap down to Janne to 0.8 of a second. Dan going to start charging after Janne Koivisto. See if he can get that gap down. He seems to have stabilised the gap from Lucas Larsson. So let's run with Dan, the green and gold coloured car, as he tries to chase down the car of Jano Koivisto. 1.2 seconds over half distance into the race. Oh, another mistake there from Dan. Just cannot get the curbs through that chicane right. He's doing all the hard work, managing to pump in some fast lap times. Best time, a 12.3 from Dan. But every time he makes a mistake, and there's another one, drops him down to 4th position. Let's go back then to this battle for second between the blue car and the white and orange coloured car. That is Lucas Larsson now in 2nd position from Marcus Andreasen. Dan dropping down to 4th from his pole position. So this is the battle for 3rd and 4th we are watching. Marcus Andreasen versus Dan Burks. Small mistake there from Andreasen. Koivisto has now checked out at the front. He is 1.7 seconds in the lead. Lucas Larsson got a gap of about 1 second from Marcus Andreasen. Dan Burks was 7/10 behind, but he's made another little bobble over those curbs. Back with the lead car now of Jano Koivisto with 2.5 minutes to go. FCJM78 says hello from France. Hello to you. Thank you for joining our coverage. We're watching Jano Koivisto in this D Final, leg number 1. Jano Koivisto started off P2, pressured Dan Burks. Little mistake from Dan in that corner section that we've just gone through at the top of the main straight. Handed the lead to Jane, who hasn't looked back since. It's the battle for second going on. And Marcus Andreasen takes 2nd place off of Lucas Larsson. Marcus Andreasen 3.2 seconds off of the lead. We have got 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. Matt Lack saying morning. Good morning to you, Matt. We're watching the battle for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Jano Koivisto is 3 seconds down the road from these guys. This is the closest battle on track. Lucas Larsson was 4/10 behind last time across the stripe. It's up to 6/10 now. So coming in towards the final minute for these drivers. Lead car of Jano Koivisto on screen. Got 45 seconds remaining. Jano Koivisto 12.5 lap time last time round. Marcus Andreasen in 2nd position at 12.5 with a 3-second lead. He ain't pulling that back, so he just needs to keep it moving for Jano Koivisto. Jano Koivisto keeping his car circulating. Just pulling through, 30 seconds left on the, well, it's less than that now, there's less than 10. Jano Koivisto still 3 seconds in the lead. This should be their last lap. Stu Colby saying, is it 3-leg finals for everybody? Jano Koivisto taking the win there from Marcus Andreasen and Lucas Larsson. Yes, Stu, it's 3-leg finals for everybody. The GTs ran their first legs of the finals last night so that we can have space for driver introductions today, but yes, it's 3-leg finals for everybody. James Eve saying good morning as well, so nice to see everybody joining us on this Sunday morning. Jano Koivisto taking that from Marcus Andreasen, Lucas Larsson, Alex Seiter, Tom Adams, Dan Burks having a bit of a bad run of that one towards the end, dropping down to P6. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here for our event coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing. And we would also like to thank Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. Spec C Final going to go live in a few minutes. They seem to be running ahead of the timetable and constantly putting in small pauses. Checkered Flag Racing joining us, saying go, go, go Team GB. Mark Stiles joining us. Wants to be up the Brits and go Automatics. Werner Spanbruckner going to lead this one away from Rico Clays, Thomas Stenger, Jacques Lieber, Freddie Parker. Great effort from him to qualify 5th. Alexander Van Gansen, Dennis Meether, Ben Vincent, Stu Cartwright and Stefan Huyss.
So this looks okay for me. All marks on position, drivers ready, marshals ready. C main number 1. We're going racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Werner Spanbruckner leads away the white and pink car. Absolute chaos behind him, so we'll stick with the leader at the moment. Then we will figure out who is where after that one. Werner Spanbruckner leads. I think that's Freddie Parker that's popped out in 2nd position. It is Freddie Parker that's popped out in 2nd position from P5 on the grid from Thomas Stenger, Ben Vincent and Stu Cartwright. If my memory serves me correctly, that's going to mean we've got 3 yellow cars running line astern, which is going to make things not at all confusing. Let's have a look at Freddie Parker's car. His is one car back. There we go. That is the orange front, white centre, yellow rear car. So 2nd place car. We've just picked him up there on shot as he tries to chase down Werner Spanbruckner. Freddie showing really strong pace yesterday, particularly towards the end of his runs. So Freddie 0.6 of a second off of Werner in the lead. So Werner Spanbruckner from Freddie Parker, from Thomas Stenger. Still lead battle raging, less than 1 second between the lead 3. We're following the middle of those 3. In front we have Werner Spanbruckner, the white and pink car just at the front of your shot. The orange front, white centre, yellow rear car that you can see is Freddie Parker. Behind him is Thomas Stenger, the all yellow coloured car.
1, 2, 3 down the main straight. Over the time blocking everybody at 12.
Still 1.5 seconds between the top 3. This car we're with Freddie Parker, 0.7 off of the lead. Still only 0.6 between Freddie and Werner. I think Werner had a very small bobble over the curb there as well. Seven tenths. Front 3 equidistantly spaced. Werner Spanbruckner, Freddie Parker, Thomas Stenger. 1.2 seconds between the lead 3 now. Werner Spanbruckner leading this one by 0.7 now from Freddie Parker. Freddie keeping the pressure on. Small little mistake there from Freddie, just ran a little bit deep. That's going to switch his focus probably onto Thomas Stenger. Thomas Stenger just trying to close in on the rear of Freddie Parker. Freddie Parker trying to close in on the car of Werner Spanbruckner. Werner's just got a very slightly bigger gap, but it's like 9/10 between the top three as they cross the line. It's a 12-3 from Werner, a 12-3 from Freddie, a 12-4 from Thomas Stenger. So less than a tenth separating them. Mistake from Freddie. This is the lead car we are watching of Werner Spanbruckner, the white and pink coloured car. Now second car in focus. Freddie Parker. Orange front, white centre, yellow rear. We can see the leader is about 0.8 of a second down the road, just flashing out the front of shot. We're running with the second place car. Third place car is right behind him. These three have absolutely checked out. Alex Van Gansen is in fourth position, and he's 4.2 seconds off the back of Thomas Stenger. Thomas Stenger looking like he's trying to come back at Freddie Parker. Under half a second now, the gap between him. But now Freddie's come back. He's only 0.4 down on Werner. Cooper Harris says, good afternoon from Australia. Good afternoon to you, Cooper. Watching a thrilling battle here at the start of the C Final. There was another mistake there from Werner, ran a little bit deep. Managed to get back, but Freddie is now right with him. So Thomas Stenger has now dropped off. Freddie is now winding the pressure onto Werner. Freddie wants past. Here we go. Freddie looking for some kind of opening on Werner Spanbruckner. Traffic very nicely out of the way. And that is Werner defending hard. Still lead battle going on. Freddie still trying to find an opening. 2 minutes left for Werner to resist this one. Thomas Stenger keeping a watching brief. He's in third. He is only 0.8 off of the lead. 2 minutes left. Freddie looking for a way past Werner Spanbruckner. Oh, a small mistake there from Freddie. Just drops him off. Minute and a half left. He can regroup. He can come back at him. That is Werner Spanbruckner on screen, the white and pink coloured car. So I think some lap traffic just getting in the way. That's just let Werner extend out. Let's move back then our focus. That is Freddie Parker and Thomas Stenger. This is the battle for second. We've got just over 1 minute remaining. I think Werner Spanbruckner is now 1.4 seconds in the lead. That should be enough for him. 0.4 of a second between second Freddie Parker, third Thomas Stenger. Freddie's got the gap down to 1 second. There's 45 seconds left. He's got half a second on Thomas Stenger. So Freddie has seemingly stable. Oh, mistake there again from Freddie. Manages to pull it back, but that's put him back into the clutches of Stenger. 30 seconds left. Werner Spanbruckner 1 second in front. Into the final 20 seconds. Let's run with Werner. On his, believe this should be his final lap. It will be his final lap. Freddie going to hang on to second position. He's put up a valiant fight. But there we go. Werner Spanbruckner takes that just from Freddie Parker, about 8/10 in the end. And Thomas Stenger in third. So fantastic drive there, and great challenging drive from Freddie Parker. He might feel a little bit disappointed, but he really shouldn't, because that was an awesome drive under a lot of pressure. So really, really good there from Freddie, and super fast lap, 12:1, fastest lap. So really, really good drive. Really good drive there from all of the top three. From Werner. B main getting set to go out. If you're just joining us after that thrilling C main, Werner Spanbruckner taking that one from Freddie Parker. But we're bringing you this coverage now of the B final in conjunction with event supporter or event sponsors Hobbywing. We'd also like to thank Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Here we go, unlucky, very unlucky BQ man, James Hart. Going to lead it away from Alex Anderson. Got 3 cars as well in this, competing for the European Junior title. So Finley Whitelock, Chase Mackman, Andrea Torrigiani. James Hart leads away from Alex Anderson. Morgan Williams in third position. Hupo Honegal in fourth. James just wants to flow into this, and mistake from Alex Anderson in second. I think that's, it's Hupo that's popped up in second. So Hupo and Morgan both running plain white body shells. But we have got James Hart leading. James Hart leading from Hupo Honegal and Ian Beckhardt all the way up from P6 on the grid into P3. Andrea's made his way up into fourth in his quest for the European Junior title. We're watching the battle between Hupo Honegal, former champion in this class, and Ian Beckhardt. James Hart's like 2 seconds down the road from Hupo. So we'll just keep an eye on where he is, but this is the close battle going on for second and third. Hupo Honegal versus Ian Beckhardt. Small mistake from Hupo there, and actually Ian, in trying to avoid him, ended up dropping away further than that. James Hart showing some really good pace out front. He's done a 12.041 as his best lap, and in fact that was his last lap. A 12.2 from Hoopo, 12.1 from Ian Beckert. Chase Mackman set a 12.0 as well, down at the tail end of the field, but he's got some pace in his car. This is the battle for second and third we're watching. Fourth place, we've got Andrea, so he's the top junior. We're watching this close battle for second and third at the moment. Hoopo Honigel versus Ian Beckert, quarter of a second between them. Ian has a look, just tags the rear of Hoopo's car, backs out of it though, does the right thing. None of these drivers gone sub 11, sub 11, sub 12 on a lap yet. Expecting that to come in the next final. Ian Beckert still trying to find his way through on Hoopo Honigel. Still super close battle going on. James Hart has absolutely checked out in front. He is 3.3 seconds in front. And well, there we go. That's allowed it to close in even more. So these cars, Ian Beckert tried to move on Hoopo, didn't work out. But we're now seeing, well, it's more Andrea pressuring Ian Beckert now. So Ian Beckert sandwiched in between two white cars. The lead of them, Hoopo Honigel. The one behind him, this is second, third and fourth that we're watching. James Hart now 4.7 seconds down the road. We'll focus on Ian Beckert as he tries to make his way past Hoopo, but also potentially has to defend from Andrea. One mistake though from Ian, and a couple of seconds he'll drop all the way back down to potentially 8th position. So just over the length of the straight, covering second through 8th at the moment. The front three, or the second lot of three, have made a bit of a break for it. Mistake there from Ian, puts Andrea right on him. 3 minutes left. Feel a bit sorry for James Hart, but he's 4.5 seconds down the road from this battle going on. I'd imagine he'd quite fancy watching this, but James has, after his disappointment of missing out on the A Final, has checked out at the front of this one. Alan Curry says, morning all, good morning to you, Alan. There's our lead car of James Hart that we've picked up. 4.2 now, his lead over Hoopo. Dropped off a little bit, but I would imagine that's just James thinking about bringing it home. Chase Mackman's got Christian Gear at the tail end of the field. James Hart leading this one, 4.3 seconds. Battle still raging for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and 8th. With it is the length of the straight covering all 6 of those. Those cars are all racing for position that you can see all of them in your shot. So Hoopo, the lead of those white cars. Ian Beckert trying to find his way past. Andrea Torrigiani, currently the quickest of the juniors. So James Hart now 4.9 seconds in front. What have we got? Just over a minute left. So massive, massive lead for James. The second place car is the white car there. Third place is Ian Beckart. Small mistake for Andrea, drops him off of Ian. So it's let the front two just get away, or the front two of that group just get away. It's the battle for second and third. Oh, another small mistake there for Hoopo. That lets Ian right on him, and it puts Andrea back in the mix. Retirement for Finley then. This is James Hart is going to win this quite comfortably, but just seen a mistake from Ian Beckart there, drops him off the back of Hoopo. There we go, James Hart is on his victory lap. We'll run with him down the main straight, so James Hart takes the win on that one. Hoopo looking like he's going to hang on to second just from Ian Burkhart. Great drive from Andrea all the way up from P8. Then Morgan Williams, Alex Anderson, Andreas Bryn, Chase Mackman and Christian Gear. Getting set then for the first A main of the day. The stock A main. James Hart taking the win pretty comfortably there from Hoopo Honegal. Ian Beckart, Andrea Torrigiani, great drive in fourth position. So, we're going to have TQ man Ollie Payne lead away. Zooming in then on the car of Ollie Payne. He is going to lead away from Max Mackler in second on the grid. In third, we've got Ollie Bultink, Michael Bolt, Sam Coult, Nico Saarinen. A-main number one set to go. Ollie Payne leading away from Max Mackler. Small mistake there from Max already, but recovers from it well. Ollie Payne from Max Mackler from Ollie Bultink. Looks like Sam Coult is up into fourth position. Ollie Payne already got half a second on Max Mackler out in front. Small mistake there from Max again. Max not looking comfortable. He's under pressure already from Ollie Bultink. Ollie Payne already checking out 8 tenths down the road from Max. Bultink is 2 tenths off of the back of Max. This is the battle for second and third we're watching. Ollie Payne now 1 second in front. Mulip saying he thinks Schumacher will win everything today. Not so sure on that. They have, well, they've got, where are they? Their top car at the moment is in 4th position with Sam Colt. Ollie Payne leading this one with his CRC. Max running in 2nd with his automatics. Ollie Bolting in 3rd with his automatics. Little bobble there for Ollie. So slow lap there for Ollie Payne. That has put Max right back on him. He's got his pace back. So Ollie Payne going to have to set about building his lead again. Still 1, 2, 3 running order. 11-9 last lap round for all of these top 3. Top 3 still battling. Small mistake there from Max, and he has, I think he's just opened up and let Ollie Bolting through. And a small mistake from Ollie Bolting. That lets Max back into 2nd. Ollie's lead now back out to that 1 second that it was at the start. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd. We're watching Sam Colt keeping a watching brief in 4th position.
Everybody's now again clocking 11.9.
1.1 seconds between the lead 2 at the moment. 3/10 between these two, Max Mackler and Ollie Bolting. Ollie Bolting looking potentially like he's a little bit faster if he can find his way past Max. 8/10 now, so another slow lap for Ollie Payne. Halfway through the run, Ollie Payne leading from Max Mackler by around 1 second. Ollie Bolting around 3/10 back off of Max. Still this lead battle going on. Max now a little bit closer to Ollie. He's got it down to 6/10. It's a 12-0 for Ollie Payne. It was an 11-9 for Max Mackler. It's a 12-2 for Ollie Bolting. Max now starting to head in towards the rear of Ollie Payne's car. 4/10. 3 minutes left. This is the battle for the lead. Just under half a second. Super close still between the front two. It's still under half a second. They're starting to come up to traffic. So Adam Mackman gets out of the way of the pair of them. Ollie Payne, he's extended up to 7/10. Small little bobble there for Max as well. So Ollie Payne now leading this one. Max had a bit of a charge at Ollie, and then Ollie seems to have regrouped, starting to build his lead again. It's 9/10. Ollie Bolting just dropped off very slightly, but is 2 seconds down the road from Sam Colt. Still Ollie Payne, 1.2 seconds now from Max Mackler. So it looked like Max was coming back at Ollie, but now Ollie's starting to extend. He's making his way in and through traffic. That was Michael Bolt that's just got out of Ollie's way. Gap coming down again. It's back to 0.8 of a second. Wonder if Ollie is just managing his pace out there. At Ollie Payne, 0.9 of a second. Catching the car of Niels de Gruyser, who gets out of Ollie's way. Just over 1 minute left. 0.9 of a second was the lead. Let's see what it is this time round. It's 1 second. De Gruyser gets out of the way of Max as well. So Ollie Payne just holding Max Mackler at arm's length. 3/4 of a second now. Ollie Payne just holding Max at arm's length. Coming into 30 seconds left. Max not letting him relax. It's still that 3/4 of a second. 20 seconds left. 2/3 of a second. Max keeps on just driving back up to Ollie, and then Ollie just edging away. They're onto their final lap. Half a second now between these two. It's going to take a mistake from Ollie, I think. Max is not quite going to get there. They come down the main straight for the last time, sweeping off the end of the main straight, but Ollie takes that one from Max by just over 1/4 of a second. So super close at the end there. Great effort and drive back from Max, but doesn't quite get back there. So we will catch up with Ollie in a little bit. So awesome drive there from, well, all of the top three. Ollie Boltink applying some pressure, but not quite getting there.
Did you expect Ollie to just drive off into the distance after qualifying? Was there some nerves there, do you think, or?
I'm not sure. I mean, difficult to tell. There were kind of hints that both Max and Ollie Boltink had good pace.
Yeah.
All throughout it, just hadn't necessarily strung that together. But yeah, they were able to drive up to the back, the back of Ollie. I think there was just some pace management going on throughout all of them. So we'll have a chat with Ollie about it a little bit later on after the mod final. We are getting set for the modified D Final. Marco Mazzini, Riccardo Ferretti, Heinz de Wold, Stefan Lemperrier and Boyd Chawaki. So thank you if you are just joining our coverage, if you've just watched that pretty epic first stock A final. We're RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing. Would also like to thank Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line.
It looks like we're all set. Marshall's ready. Drivers ready. D-Main 1 coming up in 45. Ford Racing.
Marco Mazzini leading this one away from Riccardo Ferretti. Half spin off the end of the straight from Marco. So these cars that we'll see will be a fair chunk faster in a straight line. The majority of these guys will be running, in fact, the 6.5 turn Hobbywing motor that they do. There will be a few others out there, but it's the probably the most popular one. There is a one that they call the on-road spec, which is for this sort of EFRA rule set, and is, to all intents and purposes, a 6.5 turn stock motor. So slightly different construction from a conventional modified motor, but the intent of the 6.5 class within EFRA is to make the modified class a little bit more accessible. Some of the top drivers not massive fans of it, but it does certainly make the class a bit more accessible for the average club racer. We've got Stéphane Lampérière leading this one with the number 4 car at the moment. That is the white, yellow and blue coloured car. He's just out onto the main straight now. Building towards the first of the modified A Finals. We've got the C Final coming up next. Small mistake there from the leader, but he is 2.7 seconds in front of pole sitter Marco Mazzini. Problem there for second place man Riccardo Ferretti, but leader cruising on out in front. Still Stéphane Lampérière from P4 on the grid. Got nearly a 3-second lead. Just the 4 cars circulating at the moment. Small little barrier tap there from Stéphane. Still managing to hang on to a decent pace. He's the only driver to go sub 12 in this. He's done an 11.847. .3 seconds the lead for Stéphane Lampérière over Marco Mazzini. It's up to 3.8 now. Third place car is Boyd. He is, what's he, 2 laps down off the lead now. So we're at half distance. That is Marco Mazzini that we're running with. It's kind of cars very evenly spaced out around the track. Just 4 of them out there and circulating. Heinz de Wald not taking the start. Stéphane Lampérière leading this one by 2.6 seconds from this car that we were running with of Marco Mazzini. The car with the yellow tail on it is Boyd's car. So leader makes his way past the 3rd and 4th place cars. They're laps apart themselves. So actually there's only like 2 seconds between the lead 2. So the leader just coming across the stripe now. 3.1 seconds. The lead gap. Five seconds now, the lead gap. Just over 2 minutes left. Lead car with a 7-second lead now. So best part of half a lap. Looked like he was going to get close at one point, but Stéphane Lampérière just kept circulating at a much better pace than anybody else. His last lap was a 12.1. Marco Mazzini in second. His last lap a 12.7. 7.5 seconds. The gap between the lead 2.
A Final cars from Spec class, you can all pick up your cars. All cars released. Spec cars from A main, you can pick up the cars. They're all released.
30 seconds left for Stéphane Lampérière. Final couple of seconds for this one. Stéphane Lampérière crossing the line to take that one. Almost lapped up to second position by the end. Stéphane Lampérière taking that one then from Marco Mazzini, with Boyd in third position. So I'd like to say thank you once again to our event sponsors, Hobbywing, also to Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line, helping us to bring you this coverage. We have got the modified C main coming up next. Should be a little bit more action than the D main we've just witnessed. Teemu Saarinen will lead away from René Jahn, Oyvind Stusal, Nicola Morone, Arno Buffat, Janne Koivisto, Mikael Brandt, Lucas Larsson, Marcello Galli and Mario Neri. Cars being called up to the line, to the starting grid. Missing Teemu Saarinen out there. Not seeing car number 1 on the grid, so Rene Jean could lead this one off.
We need another brother, Sijam, number 5 minutes. We have another one. Okay, good.
So, car 1 is missing, so we do not have Teemu Saarinen out there on track. C Final number 1, set to go. Rene Jean going to lead us off. Rene Jean gets the jump on Øyvind Støsdal. I think we've got Nicola Morone running in 3rd position currently. Mistake there from Rene Jean. That lets Støsdal into the lead from Nicola. Støsdal leading from Morone. And, oh, great move there from Nicola as they came out onto the main straight. So that was a fantastic move for the lead. Nicola Morone now taking the lead from Øyvind Støsdal. Nicola Morone leading this one from Øyvind Støsdal. Small mistake there from Nicola, lets Øyvind back on him. And a spin there for Nicola. Just put a tyre on the curbing. Obviously these cars with a spool, a solid rear axle, they've got no way of getting rid of that unloaded energy. So the car just pivots round. Still running with Nicola in 3rd position, with the car of Rene Jean. So this the battle for 2nd and 3rd down the main straight. Øyvind Støsdal has checked out a bit at the front. So problem there for Nicola. So retirement for Nicola. Lead car has got an absolutely huge lead over the 5 car of Arno Buffat. So watching the leader start picking his way through the traffic. This is the 3 car of Øyvind Støsdal. No close battles going on. We've had 3 retirements. Well, we had Teemu Saarinen not starting. Looks like we've had a retirement from Lucas Larsson, and I believe a retirement from Nicola Morone as well. So just the 7 cars out there. So this modified class proving a little more attritional than some of the stock classes. Another retirement, so we're down to 6 cars from the 10 that we started with. That's the 9 car of Marcello Galli. Øyvind Støsdal we are running with as the leader. He is leading by 8 seconds from Arno Buffat. In fact, the battle going on between the green car and the white car through the top chicane, that is the battle for 2nd and 3rd. There's a tenth of a second between them as they crossed the line last time. 3/10 now, but this is the battle for second and third position that we are watching. No real danger behind. There's like 6 seconds behind. Øyvind Støsdal is 8.5 seconds down the road from these guys in front. Øyvind leading by 9 seconds. Halfway through the run. So gap between second and third has kind of just increased. So we're now going to see the leader, Øyvind Støsdal, closing in on the car of Arno Buffat to lap him. So leader about to lap third position. There we go, so we've got the leader lapped up to third position. So 0 close battles going on track at the moment. Closest 2 cars are René Jean in second and Arno Buffat in third, with a 4.5 second gap in between them. Running with the lead car at the moment, the minty green coloured car of Øyvind Støsdal, with just over 1 minute to go. Profix 35 and RCTV Hero saying having Timu as your name must be really annoying nowadays. Yes, absolutely. I'm sure Amazon eBay will be pretty fed up as well. Øyvind Støsdal still leading from René Jean by 10 seconds. Arno Buffat 3.5 seconds back from that. So next car up for Øyvind Støsdal is the second place man to put a lap on him. So we're running with the leader. The car just out the front of your shot is the second place car. That will be for a lap. So at 7 minutes he's going to lap the field. Øyvind Støsdal just closing in, makes his way through. So lead car is now 1 lap up on the rest of the field. .30 seconds left. Everybody relatively closely spaced. Øyvind Støsdal starts his last lap. Absolutely 0 jeopardy now because he's already a lap up. So he'll just roll it across the line. Oh, in fact, he's made the split lap. Øyvind Støsdal makes the split. So does get the extra lap. He just made the split by 2/10, but had already done enough to win that one anyway. So Øyvind taking that one. Pretty comfortable in the end. And we're getting ready for the B main. So welcome to you again if you are just joining us here on Finals Day for our coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships. Bringing you coverage in association with our event sponsors, Hobbywing. Would also like to thank Tony Sports, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. B main for modified, going to go live. Hupo Honegol, Andreas Bryn, Alex Anderson, Jacques Lieber, Finley Whitelock, Thomas Liptak, Oscar Fjeld, Jere Saarinen, Marcus Andreasen and Rene Doctor. We're just waiting for a marshal for this one. Teemu Saarinen not taking the start. Hupo Honegol leading away from Andreas Bryn. Hupo got away nicely at the start. So Hupo already extending his lead over Andreas Bryn and Alex Anderson. That is the closest battle at the moment. Mistake from Andreas that has promoted Alex Anderson into second position. And in fact, Alex Anderson only half a second off of Hupo, so let's watch this battle. Hupo Honegol, the white car. Alex Anderson, the predominantly pink car, but with white flashes down the side. Mark Bruton Young says, morning. Good morning to you, Mark. This the lead battle we're watching. Grabo CZ says, am I the only one who finds it weird that people were sandbagging in quali so they can dominate in lower mains? I don't think that was their intention, but with round by round, if they hook the car up late on in the weekend, then all of a sudden they can end up a little bit skewed in position. But right now we are watching Hupo Honegol and Alexander Anderson. No sandbagging going on to get them to the front of the B final. Hupo with the white coloured car, Alexander Anderson the pink coloured car. Out onto the main straight. Gap was half a second between them last time across the stripe. It's just under half a second now. If you're wondering why that half a second gap looks a little bit bigger in real terms than it did a few finals ago when we were watching the Spec Final, it's because these cars are travelling faster, so in half a second they cover a greater distance. Hupo Honegol hanging on to the lead here from Alex Anderson. 1/3 of a second between the lead two. Little bobble from Hoopo. Alex Anderson right on him.
11:7 on the clock, 11:6 on the clock. So those two guys up front.
Still this lead battle going on. They're catching and passing traffic. That gets out of their way. Hoopo pulled a bit more of a gap as they went through the traffic.
Hoopo and Anderson up in the 1 and 2. Rudy in the 3. Whitlock in the 4. Libar in the 5. Andreas Marcus in the 6 spot. Thomas in the 7. GD in the 8.
Still this lead battle going on down the main straight.
3 minutes gone, 5 to go.
Super close.
Front is the battle for the B main.
Alex Anderson less than 2/10 behind Hoopo Honegal.
Over the time move into the center of the racetrack. Coming down to entry for the aces. Now the main straight once again. Every time they are clocking a lap time by 11:3.
Little mistake there for Alex Anderson. Just lets Hoopo extend very slightly, but it's still only 3/10. He's now right back with him.
Sort of the racetrack. Anderson did just a little bit faster than Hoopo. And all the way around. Other sections
All the way down.
was faster. 4 minutes.
Just looking up at this top end of the circuit. Looks like Alex Anderson just gaining a little bit of time. Hoopo extending back through this middle part of the circuit, although Alex Anderson looks closer this time round. As they come down the main straight once more. 1/4 of a second between them. Oh, Alex Anderson just looked a little bit tighter as they went past that traffic, but he has stayed there. He is right there. He's almost too close to the back of Hoopo, not being able to get on the throttle where he wants to for fear of running into the back of him. Alex Anderson looking like he could potentially be quicker. His hot lap is 8/100ths of a second faster than Hoopo's. You can see now Hoopo's just extended a gap very slightly, and that is still the two leaders running together. Hoopo Honegal, Alex Anderson, 1/2 a second now between them. Let's see if Alex can drive up to the back of Hoopo. He's right back with him. Took 2/10 out of him on that last lap. Hoopo Honegal from Alexander Anderson. Just super close, super tight. All action racing between these two.
5:30 done, 2:30 to go.
2 minutes 30 to go. That won't seem like enough for Alex Anderson. That will seem like way too much for Hoopo. Still 1/4 of a second, little bobble there for Alex Anderson. Just to let Hoopo extend very slightly. Let's have a look at the gap now. Up to 6/10. It's the biggest it's been for quite a few laps. Hoopo looks like he is just starting to extend out. He put 3/10 into Alex Anderson last time out. Alex Anderson gets it back down to 1/2 a second. 1/2 a second between the lead two at the moment, Hoopo Honegal and Alex Anderson. Down to 3/10 now. Less than 2 minutes to go. Alex Anderson still piling the pressure onto Hoopo. Hoopo, as a former champion in the Spec class, he knows exactly how to defend, exactly where to put the car, to place the car, to get this time out of it. Still Hoopo from Alex Anderson. 1/4 of a second between them.
1 minute 5 seconds to be precise on the master clock.
1 minute 15 left.
Down the main straight. 1 and 2 coming over the time loop.
Across the loop again.
3:10
Alex Anderson popped out in second position about 30 seconds in and has just been piling the pressure onto Hoopo all the way through. 45 seconds left, all the traffic pulling out of the way very, very nicely. Not wanting to get involved.
35 seconds left on the clock.
35 seconds left. Last 25 seconds, they're closing in on the rear of Finlay Whitelock himself, running in fourth position. Hoopo looking like he has just done enough to resist Alex Anderson. Starting their last laps now. Gap up to 6/10. Down the main straight for the final time for Hoopo. Just comes around and crosses the line. So Hoopo Honeygol taking that one from Alex Anderson. Mark Stiles reminding us that Hoopo's a former European champion in Modified 2. So there you go, former champion in the class, and BQ, and takes the win in the first leg under close pressure from Alex Anderson. Track has been opened for A main number 1. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV for our live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships. We are getting set for leg number 1 of the modified A Final. We're bringing you this live coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing. Would also like to thank our supporters, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Mark Reinhard will lead away from Ollie Payne. These two having looked like the class of the field. Michael Orlowski still with white wheels on his car. Reinhard leads away from Payne. Looked like these two were able to check out from the rest of the field, certainly all day yesterday. Already a little bit of a break, the front two. Mark Reinhard leading from Ollie Payne. Michael Orlowski kind of going with them as well. So front three have checked out. Reinhard leading from Payne. Mulip, yes, they are sourcing the tyres. It's a control additive this weekend, so no difference for anybody else. We still have Reinhard leading this one from Ollie Payne. Michael Orlowski in third position. A little bit of a bobble for Mark. Ollie also makes a bobble in sympathy. Still Mark Reinhard leading this one from Ollie Payne. Michael Orlowski not being dropped. Michael Orlowski 8/10 off the back of Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne half a second down on Mark Reinhard. They're already starting to approach traffic of, I believe that's going to be the car of Matthias Nedrabo. So Mark through the traffic. Matthias opens up for him. And opens up for Ollie as well. And he's also opened up for Michael. Michael keeping a watching brief in this one. He is circulating round about 1 second behind Ollie Payne. Running with the car of Ollie Payne as he tries to chase Mark Reinhard. Gap up to 1.1 seconds now. And in fact, Ollie is going to start feeling the pressure a little bit from Michael Orlowski. 1.1 seconds, the lead gap. 1.4 seconds now, the lead gap for Mark. So the battle we are watching is Ollie Payne in second position, Michael Orlowski in third position. And Orlowski certainly closer to Payne than Reinhard is to Payne. Reinhard leading, flashes past Marcus Mobers. Ollie now starting to carve his way through the traffic as well. Now Mobers needs to get out of the way of Ollie Payne. He does so. Lead gap 1.2 seconds. That's just Mark being a little bit cautious as he approaches the traffic. Mark in the traffic, and Tobias Sutrick does very, very well to get out of the way of Mark Reinhard there. 1.3 seconds now, Mark's lead. We're running with Mark at the moment in the lead. 1.4 seconds down the road from Ollie Payne at half distance. Orlowski 1.1 seconds off of the back of Ollie Payne. So Orlowski is closer to Payne than Payne is to Reinhard. There we go, there's Ollie Payne. Michael Orlowski in the back of shot. 1.5 second lead for Mark Reinhard. We've got 1 second between Orlowski and Payne. That's 1.1 seconds now. Reinhard still with the 1.5 second lead. Reinhard about to lap Alex Hagberg, and does so. We're running with Michael Orlowski now, the blue coloured car on the centre of the screen. He's running in third position. Michael Orlowski, defending champion in this class. It looked like he's had a bit of a weekend on the struggle bus, but has started to find some pace today. Mark Bruton-Young saying, ooh, it's close. It is. There's 2 seconds between the two leaders. Payne coming back at Reinhard. Ollie Payne's got the gap down to just under 1 second. Mark Reinhard sets the fastest lap on lap 29, a 10.680, which extends his gap to all of 1.1 seconds. 10.9 last time for Mark, 10.8 for Ollie. 9/10 of a second. Cars running first and third have won the European modified title before. Car running in second has won the stock title before, but not the modified one. Gap now down to 7/10. So Ollie nearly back with Mark as we come into 2 minutes to go, under 2 minutes to go, coming towards 1 minute 30. This the battle for first and second. Ollie had a better run through the traffic there, so he's now right back with Mark, 4/10 between them. Michael Olowski has faded away slightly. Bit of a scruffy lap there from Ollie. That's just dropped him off. He was within a third of a second. But it's going to be out to back to nearly 1 second. Mark Reinhard leading this one, has led from the start. Oh, a little half spin there for Ollie, getting a little bit sideways. And that is Ollie still in second. No, is that a breakage for Ollie? That's no, but it's dropped Ollie down to third position. So Michael Olowski up into second. Mark Reinhard from Michael Olowski from Ollie Payne now. 40 seconds left to go. Mark Reinhard has a 4-second lead. So 30 seconds run for home. Ollie Payne 1.3 seconds off of Michael Olowski. Still with Mark Reinhard. 20 seconds left. He's going to have, I think, this lap and one more. So Mark Reinhard about to begin his final lap of this run. Olowski in second. Ollie Payne not going to get back to Michael even. This could be fairly critical. Mark Reinhard then takes that first leg. Michael Olowski takes second. Ollie Payne taking third. Alex Hagberg over a lap down in fourth position. So Mark Reinhard, having taken the first leg there, will go and catch up with him.
Transmitter on the table, please.
Well, just bear with us one moment and we will bring you the winner of the first stock leg, A Final, who is Ollie Payne, and we'll go over to them now.
So just joining Ollie Payne, a little bit disappointing for you there in modified, ending up third, but looked like you were chasing Mark down, but then got a bit of a bad run through traffic.
Yeah, I had a couple issues with traffic, and I got dirt on my tyres, and then just had a lack of traction for the last minute or so.
Okay, so you couldn't quite get back to Michael. Looks like he's found some pace now.
Yeah, Michael seems to have found some pace, but I think it's still kind of a two-horse race if I don't make a mistake in the orders mark.
Okay, and moving on to stock, obviously that's you won that leg. Fairly close from Max in the end. Were you managing the gap, or was that flat out?
I wouldn't say it was flat out. I was just sort of, I couldn't pull away, no, but it wasn't a struggle to stay there.
And looks like Ollie Baltink is kind of getting in the mix as well.
Yeah, his pace seems good at the start, but I think he fades a bit more than us.
Yeah, that would be fair to say, and frees up Max to run. Well, obviously that's part of the job done for stock, and hopefully a better run in mod next time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And bring in Mark Reinhard, winner of leg one in mod. Well done.
Thank you.
That was, it was really close. You seemed to pull a bit of a gap, then Ollie came back at you, and then finally he had a bit of a worse run through the traffic, and in the end dropped down to third.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's hard to get by the other guys. I mean, nothing wrong with them, but just we come so quick, and it's hard for them to move as well, and you never know when they're gonna open. So for sure, it also got me a couple of times out of my rhythm. But yeah, he was catching to the end until he made some mistakes, but maybe it was just not overdriving, but maybe giving more than 100%. And I knew if I don't make a mistake, it's hard to pass anyway. So yeah, when he crashed, I just had a nice gap and could at least drive a bit more calm to the end.
And obviously Michael finishing second as well, so that may be coming useful later.
Yeah, like I said, this guy is always there, so the race is still wide open, and yeah, we're going to see how A2 and S3 are going to be.
Okay, well, good luck for the next leg of finals, and we'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Okay, so just joining Sultan from Hobbywing down here in the pits. Hobbywing event sponsor for us here, and also providing tech support for the drivers. So Sultan, can you just explain to us what you're doing here? And looks like building motors.
Yeah, these 2 days, the main job is checking and tuning the motors for the drivers. Here, amazing. I saw almost everyone using our motors, especially the big stock class here, like 80 entries, and everyone wants to confirm their motor is in good status, and they want to know the good settings. So they bring the motor, and I check for them and tuning to what we suggested. Because we have lots of data coming from our team drivers, and that helps the normal players also. Yeah.
Okay, so you're using some of the Hobbywing equipment to do that. So you're using the tunalizer there?
Yes, this is my main tool. Yes, tunalizer.
Okay, so the tunalizer, just to explain to people, that checks the condition of the sensors, but it also tells you the position of the sensor relative to the rotor?
Yes. The amp, the RPM, also the balance of the whole signals, everything. Yeah. Also the rotor asymmetry, like this kind of small details. Maybe for normal players, it's just not too important, but for those top guys, they want everything to be perfect. So we check, and sometimes we do some selection to make sure their motors in the perfect status.
Okay, and you've obviously got a couple of different rotors for the stock motor as well. Is one proving more popular than the other?
This time we find that the standard one is still the best, overall the best. But some of the drivers, they like a stronger rotor, the feeling, and based on their test, their average is quite good. So they have different choices.
Okay, and what about speed controllers? Obviously, there's a lot of Hobbywing speed controllers in use. You make a specific 1S speed controller. Are you doing much tuning with the driver's speed controllers?
Not much. I have to say our 1S HD version is on the market for a long time. And for blinky, the EFRA have the blinky rules for the 6.5 and also the Pro Stock. So the only parameters we can do maybe only the like the frequency of the throttle, and not too much, not too many.
Okay, I mean, just to give people, viewers at home, an idea then of the drive frequency. So typically when you lower the drive frequency, you get more punch, more torque. And when you raise it, it's more RPM and a little less drive off the corner.
This is a new tip from the recent tests. We feel higher frequency is better.
Okay, and so it's better over the course of a run. That's useful information to know. Well, keep up the good work, Sultan. We'll let you get back to building the motor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
H main number 2 goes live. Matches Hermans from Lee Moss. Lee Moss, remember, had it right in his pocket in the first leg and then threw it all away on the penultimate corner to let Hermans take the win. So if Hermans takes the second leg, he will take the overall. Matches Hermans just keeping Lee Moss at arm's length. Mark Bruton-Young saying, was that a tyre issue for Ollie? Not really a tyre issue. I think he got offline going through some of the back markers. Oh, a bit of a mistake there for the leader of Matches Hermans, going past the traffic, lets Lee Moss in. Yes, I was saying Ollie got a bit offline going through some of the back markers as they were lapping them, and it just picks up some dirt on the tyres. The car was a little bit unresponsive, had a little bit of a half spin, and it let Michael Orlowski through into second position, and then Ollie just couldn't get it back. Change of lead. Lee Moss picks up the lead with Winston Barnett in second place now. Lee Moss leading from Winston Barnett, who did not have a great first leg of the final.
Winston now in the orange car in 2. 1, 2, 3. Into reverses. Down the main straight, come 3. Over the climb though. Winston can pull Lee Moss off the pressure here.
Still with the lead car of Lee Moss from Winston Barnett. Matches Hermans in third position. 2 minutes down. Lee Moss now starting to close in on some of the traffic. I think that's Eric Roll. Matches Hermans had a bit of an incident off camera, which is just further extending the lead for Lee Moss. Eric Gourgeot up into third position now. Lee Moss still leading by best part of 2 seconds from Winston Barnett. Lee Moss still leading this one, 2.3 seconds up the road from Winston Barnett, who in turn is 3 seconds down the road from Gourgeot. Lee Moss still 2 seconds in the lead from Winston Barnett. Lee from Winston from Eric Gourgeot. Dennis Marshalow in fourth position. Then Matches Hermans all the way down to fifth. Oh, a bit of an issue there, coming past some traffic for the leader. Let's let Winston close in. So Winston is the orange car just in the back of shot. So gap between the lead two, 0.7 of a second. Lee extending his gap out over Winston, gets it back up to 1.3 seconds. Still, Lemos out in front, looking comfortable, but he looked comfortable in the first leg till we reached that corner there. On his split lap. 4 seconds now. Lemos' lead over Winston Barnett. Winston in turn 4.5 seconds down the road from Dennis Marshalow. Lee navigating his way through traffic. No close battles going on out on circuit. Lemos we're running with. Bit of understeer at the end of the straight. I think he was aiming for Brussels. Just needs to keep it moving though, does Lee. Again, around 4 seconds. He's got a bigger buffer than he had last time. He had about 2.5 second lead last time that he threw away. Final 30 seconds. Winston within 3 seconds now. Lemos going to be having flashbacks. 20 seconds left. 14 seconds now. Let's have a go. He is, in fact, Lee's going to make the extra lap. So Lemos will win this one, regardless of what he does in the final corner. Lemos on his victory lap. Down the end of the straight. Turns in, gets it right this time. And crosses the line, so Lemos successfully gets to the end this time round. Lemos taking that from Winston Barnett. And Dennis Marshalow in third position. Coming up next, the G Final. Jukka Häkämies, Stefan Kalbrecht, Eero Häkämies, Tony Wade, Jukka Marshalow, Arthur Hoffman, Thomas Gavell, Senna Optebeek, Thomas Steinhager and Chris House. Let's just remind ourselves of what happened last time out.
Only one lap, guys, and go to the starting grid. Only one lap. And in this one, we've got Thomas Gavell. He won the first one, starting
So Thomas Gavell winning the first leg from 7th on the grid. Second leg. Yuka Hakami's going to lead away from Stefan Kalbrecht.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Yuka Hakami's straight out into the lead from Eero Hakami's in second position. Let's see, we suspected there was a bit of formation flying going on last time out. Tony Wade up into third position off of the start. We were pretty sure that Yuka opened up for Eero, but Tony Wade, Tony had a look going into second on Eero Hakami's, didn't quite come off. Couple of laps in now. And there we go again. So looks like Yuka Hakami's has opened the door and let Eero through into the lead. Tony, we have got Eero Hakami's leading from Yuka. Stefan Kalbrecht up into third position from his P2 on the grid. In fact, Thomas Gavell winning the first leg, remember? So if Thomas Gavell can win this, he will take the overall for the G Final. Eero Hakami's big lead already, though. Thomas Gavell we're running with the green and blue coloured car. This is the closest battle. Thomas Gavell in third position, Eero Hakami's in second. Eero is the grey coloured car. Sorry, Yuka is the grey coloured car. Eero Hakami's is the lead car. Yuka running in second position. Thomas Gavell running in third. 0.8 of a second between them. Close battle for second still going on. Yuka Hakami's trying to fend off and makes a small mistake, but Thomas Gavell cannot find his way through. 1/3 of a second between them, though. Down the main straight once more. Thomas Gavell was looking slightly to the inside and tries to get the cut back, does so. Thomas Gavell up into second place, sold a dummy to Yuka Hakami's. Let's run with Thomas Gavell, see if he can close down the 3.3 second lead that Eero Hakami's has. It's already, he's taken a chunk out of that. It's 2.7 seconds. Let's see if that continues to drop. 2.6 this time. .7 seconds still the lead gap from Eero Hakami's to this car we're running with of Thomas Gavell. Thomas winning the first leg. In fairness, a 1 and a 2 will do him pretty well, with Eero not having a fantastic finish in the earlier final. Let's have a look where he was.
4 minutes to go, halfway through. Leader still with 3.2 seconds in the lead. Just 3.2 seconds in the lead for
Eero Hakami's still leading this one from Thomas Gavell. Just under 3 seconds now. Hakami's still leading 3.5 seconds from Thomas Gavell, who we're running with. A wild Tony Wade appears backwards in screen. Just in the back of shot from Thomas Cavell. Thomas escaping down the road. Oh, bit of a little bobble over the curb. That's going to extend the lead for Eero Hakemies. Eero is the all pink coloured car. Let's just pick him up, the 3 car. Going through the fast sweeps now. There we go. So 4 seconds between this car in the lead of Eero Hakemies and second place man of Thomas Cavell. Jukka Hakemies is a further 4 seconds back. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Five and a half seconds. Eero Hakemies has over Thomas Cavell. Thomas Cavell in turn having 4 seconds over Jukka Hakemies. Just cruising around at the front now. Just wanted to bring it home. Car looks good, car looks decent. Got up onto second place on the first lap. And then Jukka opened the door for him. Let him out in front. And left him to escape. And he has controlled brilliantly. Nearly 12 seconds down the road now from third place. And 6 seconds up on Thomas Cavell. So half a lap advantage. Final 20 seconds now. Final 20 seconds for Eero Hakemies. He makes the split, so he has taken the leg win regardless, because Thomas Cavell will cross the line. So Eero Hakemies takes the win there. Eero Hakemies taking that from Thomas Cavell and Jukka Hakemies. There we go then. Rob Jackson going to lead this next one away from Eric Sotorou, Tim Janssen. Esteban Fontaine, Manuel Ferrero, Magnus Hellmark, Gunnar Blumendahl, Cedric Gills, Mark Payne and Sasha Lennertz. Just reminding us what happened in the earlier leg. Eric Sotorayu took the second position, actually. Esteban Fontaine took the win from Eric and Magnus Hellmark. Eric Sotorayu then will seal the overall. By winning 2 legs. But we need Esteban Fontaine is the driver that can seal it in this one. Rob Jackson's got away at the start. Looks like Esteban Fontaine is pressuring Sotorayu though. So first 3 all together, but Fontaine up already into second from his 4th place grid position. Rob Jackson leading this one. Down the main straight, Esteban Fontaine, the danger man. Remember, if Esteban wins this, he has won the F Final overall. His best 2 legs from 3. Rob Jackson from Esteban Fontaine. Rob Jackson being 7th in the first leg. And his pursuer winning the first leg. Small little mistake there from Esteban. Just lets Rob extend very slightly. So Rob up to around half a second in front. And it looks like it's going to be more than that this time round. It is. It's 1.2 seconds. So let's run with Esteban as he tries to close in on the rear of Rob. Rob Jackson got a decent lead over Esteban Fontaine, though runs a little bit deep. Gap comes down, or will come down this lap round, I think to just around 1 second. There we go, 1 second exactly. Still running with the second place car, now 8/10. So trying to close in on the rear of Rob Jackson. A little bit of a scruffy line there through the chicane for Esteban Fontaine. Eric Sotorayu in fairly close attendance as well. Eric finishing 2nd in the first leg. That is the car, the white and red car that we are following on stream at the moment. That is Eric Sotorayu in 3rd position, finished 2nd in the first leg. Started out P2 on the grid. Second place man is the mainly white coloured car. It's just coming past us now. He is 1.6 seconds off of the leader, Rob Jackson. About 5 minutes remaining of this heat. Rob starting to close in on some traffic. Let's move forward to Rob Jackson, the other white and red car, as he goes down the main straight. There we go. Rob leading this one and just starting to carve his way through the traffic. Mark Payne up next. Mark stays well out of Rob's way. Rob's lead 1.8 seconds over Esteban Fontaine. Half distance in the run. Rob Jackson has led from the go. Got further into the race than he did last time before encountering any issues. Still Rob Jackson, who we are running with, leading from Esteban Fontaine, from Eric Sotorau. If you are just joining us on this Sunday afternoon, welcome to you. We've got action from the remainder of the finals. We're on till around 5 p.m. Central European time, and bringing you live coverage of this EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium in conjunction with Hobbywing. Would also like to thank Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. We are watching Rob Jackson with now a 2.5 second lead over Esteban Fontaine, who has a 2.5 second lead over Eric Sotorau in third position. Esteban Fontaine winning the first leg of this final. Eric Sotorau finishing second. So Rob needing this one to take it into leg number 3. If Esteban Fontaine was to win this, he would have 2 leg wins and would take the overall. Still Rob Jackson leading. 3 seconds now his lead.
6 minutes gone, 2 minutes to go. Jackson still in front by 3 seconds over.
Rob Jackson still leading by 3 seconds from Esteban Fontaine. And Eric Sotorau still hanging on in third position. Still looking pretty comfortable out in front. Still good lead for Rob Jackson. Final minute now for Rob. Just wanting to stroke it home. Keeping the car moving, cruising, rolling around, a little bit tight down the main straight. But 3.5 second lead, it's not going to be that impactful. So this could be a lights to flag for Rob. 25 seconds left.
Stay focused. Rob Jackson still in the lead.
So bit of a scruffy lap there for Rob, going through some of the traffic, but it's enough. So lead going to come right down to 2.8 seconds for Esteban. So only the lead 2 make the extra lap, and Rob brings it home. There we go, Rob Jackson takes the win from Esteban Fontaine. So Rob Jackson taking the win in that leg. Coming up next, we have got the E Final. Remember, we're bringing you this coverage on RC Racing TV in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing. And we'd also like to thank Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Mark Jordan going to lead away from Mikael Brandt, Philip Lischka, Olivier Pierrat, Mark Dieterman, Ole Thomas Bryn, Alfie Hart, Julian Krajicek, Niels Mers and Andy Thompson. Cars being placed down on the grid. Mark Jordan making his way to P1. Didn't go particularly well for Mark Jordan last time out in the E Final. We had Mikael Brandt taking the win from Olivier Pierrat and Mark Dieterman.
E-lane number 2 coming up. Drivers ready, marshals ready. We're going racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Mark Jordan gets the jump on Mikael Brandt. So front three, Mark Jordan, Mikael Brandt, Philipp Lischke. Still running it in that order, 1 from 2 from 3 as they cross the stripe for the first time. Mark Jordan leading by around 1/3 of a second from Mikael Brandt. Mikael Brandt winning the first leg. A win here for Mikael would give him the overall for this E Final, and lead 2 have already pulled a bit of a gap, and change for the lead was that was not quite, and in fact there's been a change for second out of that, so Philipp Lischke up into second place behind Mark Jordan. It's still an all yellow coloured car, but it is the 3 car, and another change for second position there. So those 2 yellow cars, Mikael Brandt is the lead of those 2 yellow cars. Philipp Lischke is the second of them. They cross the line, Mikael Brandt, Philipp Lischke. Trying to chase down Mark Jordan. They're already pretty much back with him. Mikael Brandt now wanting past Mark Jordan. So this first, second and third altogether, small mistake there for Mark Jordan. It checks up, but actually Philipp Lischke did worst out of Mark Jordan's mistake there, because Mikael Brandt, oh there we go, that's a change for the lead. So we have got out in the lead Mikael Brandt now, quite comfortably out in the lead. I think Philipp Lischke might be a retirement out of all of that, so a mistake from Mark Jordan with a little half spin. And it's going to drop Philipp Lischke right down the order, I think. So Mikael Brandt out of that ended up with a 4.5 second lead out of Mark Jordan. Ole Thomas Bryn is in P2 now, best part of 6 seconds behind the lead car here. Alfie Hart all the way up into third position. Let's see if we can watch this battle coming off the end of the main straight. It's another one of the yellow coloured cars, followed by the minty green coloured car. This is Alfie Hart running in third position currently from Niels Meurs. Mikael Brandt leading, but he's so far out in front, is very unlikely to have anything to get involved with. Alfie running in third position. This is the yellow car we're running with now. Mikael Brandt out in front. And if Mikael takes the win in this, he will be the first driver to confirm the win of a final in the 112 classes today. Alfie hanging on to third from Niels Meurs behind him. Niels Meurs, the minty green coloured car. And in fact, Alfie now putting the pressure on Ole Thomas Bryn in front of him. So the battle for second and third going on there between Ole Thomas Bryn and Alfie Hart. We're watching this battle for third place, or second and third place, going on. Ole Thomas Bryn with the white and green coloured car. Alfie Hart with the yellow. They're running around 8 seconds back from the leader of Mikael Brandt. Mikael knowing if he wins this, he's got the overall. So just able to cruise for Mikael. Ole Thomas Bryn has pulled a bit of a gap over Alfie Hart. Going one either side of Andy Thompson as they lapped him there. I think we've actually had a bit of a mistake from the leader, but it's just going to close down the gap. This isn't the leader they're approaching, that's the car of Julian Krajicek. So this is the battle for second, still going on. Alfie had a go there at Ole. Alfie still coming back at Ole Thomas Bryn. We're watching at the moment, 2 minutes left. Mikael Brandt's lead down to 5 seconds, but it's not really in danger. Ole Thomas Bryn looking like he's carrying a little bit of damage on the front of his body shell. Got a slight flick up at the front of that. Small mistake from Alfie behind him. We've got a minute and a half left. I think we're probably safe to pick up the leader again. He's off the end of the main straight, the all yellow coloured car. So this is just over 1 minute left. 1 minute remaining of this E Final. Into final 45 seconds for Mikael Brandt, standing between him and the E Final win. Final few seconds now for Mikael Brandt. Makes it across for the split, so Mikael Brandt will take the overall here. He's the only driver to have made the split. Ole Thomas Bryn crosses the line in second with Alfie Hart in third position. Mikael Brandt, there you go, takes that out in front. Okay, we're back in start for the D Final. Apologies, you caught me mid Haribo. That's just the staple, the staple of an RCTV commentator. Just
I think us and the audience are better off with you with the Haribos than with you without the Haribos.
yeah, it's just a little pick me up.
That's what's needed.
It is indeed a bit of a sugar hit. But what have we got coming up here at this EFRA European Championships in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing? And we'd also like to thank Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. Dan Burks with the green and gold. In fact, his body shell looks a bit like a packet of Haribo, that green and gold. Dan Burks starting from pole position. Got Janne Koivisto in second. Just reminding myself what happened in the first leg of the D Final. Janne Koivisto won it. So Janne Koivisto will be looking to seal the overall win here. Car second on the grid, but let's run with Dan Burks from the start. Dan Burks launches off the line, a little bit wobbly. But Dan Burks gets away and round the first lap from Janne Koivisto. The pair of them already pulling a bit of a gap over Marcus Andreasen and Lucas Larsson. Front two already made a bit of a break for it. Dan Burks from Janne Koivisto. Dan up to 0.8 of a second in front of Janne as they come down the main straight. Dan started out well last time and then went a little bit awry for him. He's doing okay. He's got 0.8 of a second over Janne Koivisto, who has in turn got 1.4 seconds over Marcus Andreasen. Dan needing to prevent Janne winning this to stand a chance in the third leg. He's got the gap up to over a second. Dan's best lap a 12.185. Janne's a 12.333. So Dan comfortably the fastest car out there on a clean lap. Slightly scruffy lap that time. Janne gets it down to 0.9 of a second. Gap is, let's have a look, 0.6 now. 12.7 last time round for Dan Burks, 12.5 for Janne Koivisto. Janne is the yellow and blue coloured car. Dan is the green and gold coloured car. They're right back together, quarter of a second between them. 12.8 for Dan, 12.5 for Janne. Janne looking like he can turn tighter than Dan can. Or is Dan just driving a bit tense and a bit tight? Lead battle still raging as they come back out onto the main straight, down the main straight. Four tenths, although it looks like Dan's pulled a bit more of a gap this time. It's up to just over half a second. So it looks 12.4 for Dan, a 12.5 for Janne. Still only half a second between them. Closing in on some lap traffic. I think that's Tom Adams, who dives out of their way. Still only 7/10 between these two. It's much less than 7/10 now. It's quarter of a second. Janne Koivisto having a much cleaner run, Past the car of Tom Adams than Dan Burks did. So Dan got that gap up to about 3/4 of a second. He's got to calm down, steady up, and drive again. Dan Burks about 1/3 of a second down the road from Janne Koivisto. These two on screen were already at half distance in this run. A little bit deep off the end of the main straight for Dan there, but gets away with it. I think Janne followed him in at that speed in sympathy. All too easy to do, to get sucked in. And Dan looking like he's just tensing up a little bit. He just needs to relax, make his inputs a little less digital. Dan got some pretty good horsepower there, but Koivisto up the inside and coming together between those two. So we have 1, 2, 3 all together. Dan there trying to defend from Janne Koivisto, and Janne Koivisto taking the lead. Rick van der Akker up into 3rd position with the 9 car. So Janne Koivisto leading, and 3 minutes to go. Janne winning the first leg. If Janne wins this one, he has got the overall. Dan Burke still in 2nd though. They're pulling away from Rick van der Akker. 12-7 for the pair of them last time round. Lead gap for Janne Koivisto is up to about 1 second. Janne just stretching by like 1/10 his gap over Dan. So they had a big lead, these two. Bit of a coming together between them. Dan waiting, Janne popping out in front. Still 1 second between the first two. Rick van der Akker's had a bit of an issue and dropped out of it. So these two now with a 6-second lead as we go into 2 minutes remaining. 6 seconds behind Dan. One minute 30 left. Dan fires it across the curbing. I'm not sure. I think Dan may have just missed a lap then as he bounced across the barrier. We'll just see if Dan plummets down the order. If he does, then he missed the loop when he launched across the line. Dan is still showing in 2nd place. So he did trigger the loop that time around. Okay, we're running with the leader with 1 minute left. Janne Koivisto now. And in fact, Dan is that a breakage for Dan? No, that is just Dan dropping down the order because he has. Let's have a look. He got some kind of breakage on his car. We're watching the leader though. So heartbreaking for Dan there, having put up a good fight for most of the run. And just dropping to the tail of the field right at the end. Janne Koivisto though, having applied the pressure, then soaked up the pressure from Dan. He's going to come through to take the win. He's going to make it onto the extra lap. Onto his final lap. Janne Koivisto taking the first leg, about to take the second leg. There we go. Janne Koivisto takes the overall in the D Final. Jano Koivisto taking the overall there in the D Final. Coming up next, we have got the C Final with Werner Spanbruckner, Rico Clays, Thomas Stenger, Jacques Lieber, Freddie Parker, Alex Van Gansen, Dennis Meether, Ben Vincent, Stuart Cartwright and Stefan Huys. In the first leg, we had Werner Spanbruckner taking it from Freddie Parker and Thomas Stenger. So if Werner wins this, he's got the overall. Freddie will be trying to stop him. Freddie's got to come from 5th on the grid. But welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC TV. We're bringing you live coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing and also supporters Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. We are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. Two minutes until the start.
Yeah, looks like everybody's in marshals in order position.
Werner Spanbruckner going to lead away the white and pink coloured car.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Werner gets away well at the start. So see, we had a bit of a body tuck for Freddie Parker in the first corner melee. That's dropped him down to the tail of the field, so he is not in the fight at the front of this one. Werner Spanbruckner from Rico Clays from Thomas Stenger. So 1, 2, 3 off the grid. Formation flying for those three. Werner with the white and pink coloured car. Rico with the white and green car.
Coming into 1 minute down, 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes.
Still Werner from Rico from Thomas. Werner, the white and pink coloured car, winning the first leg. This would seal him the C Final overall if he could take it. We are running with the white and green coloured car of Rico Clays. Looks a bit like a Mark Payne tribute, only faster. Werner Spanbruckner leading from Rico Clays. Thomas Stenger with the yellow coloured car, applying pressure in third position.
1:30 down, 6:30 to go. Nothing changed in the front except that Spani pulling away. Extended the lead now by 1.2 seconds.
Werner leading by around 1 second from this car we are following, the white and green car of Rico Clays. Thomas Stenger trying to hang on behind them.
Stenger going 12.4. Yeah. 12.2 for the front guys, 12.4 for Stenger. Small mistake.
Gap now down to half a second.
Concentrate. 2:30 down, 5:30 to go. Rico in a 2, Stenger in a 3, and Katz in a 4, Jackie Bar in a 5.
Werner just starting to extend again over Rico. Gap between the front three though is 1.2 seconds. In terms of hot laps, we have got Rico with the fastest, a 12.180, 12.237 for Werner, 12.382 for Thomas. Still Werner Spanbruckner leading from Rico Clays, from Thomas Stenger. 9/10 of a second now, the gap. The close battle is, in fact, Rico's now got that down to 8/10. So still like the length of the straight covering the top three. Werner Spanbruckner leading from Rico Clays, leading from Thomas Stenger. And a small mistake there from Werner. Lets Rico right on him. I think the full effect of that might not be known till the end of this lap, because it was after they'd crossed the loop. Werner's lead 6/10 of a second. Over half distance into the run. Remember, if Werner wins this one, he takes the C Final overall, having won the first leg. Second in the first leg was Freddie Parker, but not going quite so well for him. He's down in 8th position in this run. Werner Spanbruckner still leading this one from Rico Clays and Thomas Stenger. 8/10 of a second between the top three now. They're closing up half the length of the straight between them. We're focusing on the middle car of Rico Clays. The pink and white car just in front is Werner Spanbruckner. The all yellow coloured car behind is Thomas Stenger. That's our leader. That's second place. Third place in the back of shot there. Werner running in the lead still. He's got less than half a second over Rico. Rico looks a bit closer this time. 2 minutes 20 left. Tom RC says go Spanny. Werner's doing the job at the moment. He won the first leg. He's got 3/4 of a second in his pocket at the moment. He's just extended that lead over Rico again. Still a nice tight lead battle. They've never really got close enough to actually start having a fight, but there's no... Oh, small mistake there for Rico Clays. Has that just been enough to let Werner escape? Werner leading this one, the white and pink car that we have on screen at the moment. Rico Clays 8/10 of a second back now. Werner Spanbruckner still leading this one, over a second now in front of Rico Clays. Final 30 seconds now between Werner Spanbruckner and the overall win would be wins in legs number 1 and 2. Werner Spanbruckner. Time has expired. Werner he's made the extra lap. So he's the only driver having made the extra lap. Werner that then takes the overall for the C Final. Werner Spanbruckner taking that and taking the overall. So coming up next, we're going to have the B Final, then we're going to have a sort of short gap while they do the driver introductions for the C, for the leg 2 of the A main.
Okay, we are getting ready for the Spec B Final 2. So the B2 Final. A2 Final coming up after this, after a set of driver introductions. So we're going to have this race, then a break for driver introductions, and then the second A Final. But first is the B2 Final for Spec. We've got James Hart, Anderson, Williams, Honegel, and Whitelock, the top 5 leading off. Clean start so far. A little bit of a mix-up in the back of the field, but we are following the front of the field where James Hart is hoping to carry on with his winning ways. Battle for second coming down the straight. See who this is. This is... sorry, we've lost camera. Okay, we've lost our camera, but we can still announce. We've got the number 2 pink and white car, Honegel following in 4th place, so it's Williams in 3rd. Anderson now challenging James Hart. They've got a crash car that they have to maneuver around. That car's missing a wheel, so it's not going to be going anymore. Williams is now being challenging Anderson for the 2nd spot. Honegel just making a mistake, and that is a Finley Whitelock from the UK catching up to his back bumper, but we have James Hart slowly being reeled in by Anderson and Williams, the first of the white cars, but Hart and Williams coming down the main straight. Orange car, pink car, then 2 white cars. Second white car is Hupo Honegel, former multiple European champion in this category, falling a little bit further behind in 4th place. So our battle for the lead, effectively 3 cars at the moment. We'll see. These races tend to ebb and flow. Oh, and James gets sideways in the back, and Anderson gets passed by Williams. So it's now Williams, then Anderson, for the second and third spot. So let's see if Williams is able to make up any space to James Hart, also from the UK. So we have two British racers and Swedish racer. Honegel still holding space down in fourth from Austria. Good job, Spanny. Good job. Werner Spanbruckner right next to us here, watching another former HPI Challenge racer, James Hart. James now has a bit of a lead. Anderson getting hunting down Williams. Ooh, very close for second now. The white and the pink cars coming out onto the main straight now. So is Williams going to have to start driving some defensive lines and start slowing everything down. Not intentionally, it's just the nature of driving defensively, trying to prevent Anderson from getting past. This is letting James Hart get away. This defensive driving lines. Coming through the chicane, down the main straight once again. Into the hairpin, the Omega turn across the finish line. Oh, and not quite there. Anderson still going for it. Cars 1, 3, and 2. It's the current running order. James Hart almost a full straight lead now. He was applauding along earlier. I think it was his, I believe his son Alfie, doing really well in his final just a race or two ago. Cars 3 and 2 going in through the infield, through the sweeper, into the chicane, down the main straight once again. James Hart not making a lot of time on that one, but it looks like he's got a bit more space now. These two are getting much closer now, a lot tighter lines. This track apparently quite hard to pass on, very flowing. But if you get offline, tires get dirty and you lose traction and control for half a lap or more. Once again, down the main straight, crowds watching on the back, hanging over the fence, ready to cheer on drivers. We've got UK, and Sweden in the top 3 spots here. Hupo running on his own, well off screen, and ooh, very tight there. I think that was a mistake from Williams. Hart with a slow lap on that one, so now they're a lot closer. So Williams made a mistake, but Hart had a 13-second lap that time around. So now they're a lot closer, but still in the same positions as before. You can see the gap. That orange car just getting out of shot there. That's our top 3. If James wins this one, that is the B Final wrapped up in his name. Williams and Anderson. Anderson clips the dot coming onto the main straight. That's going to slow, give him, you can see the gap visibly grow in that last half lap. These two a lot closer now to James than they were a few minutes ago. 2 minutes left in this one. Oh, and Anderson makes a big mistake, almost hits the outer barrier. That gives Williams a license to chase down and put down some fast laps now. Forget driving defensively for the next few laps. Let's try and catch James Hart. That's, I imagine, what he's saying to himself in his head. And he is getting closer to James. James, though, with a 12.2 that time around and 12.3 for Williams. Hupo still on his own, and then it's a battle for 5th. Way behind these guys are not quite catching him just yet, but Williams not able to get that close, and it goes wide and lets Anderson catch up to him once again. So now it's a battle on for 2nd as they're coming around the sweeper and through the chicane. down the main straight. James not able to make as big of a gap as he did last time, but as long as these two are fighting, it doesn't matter. Williams now visibly closer to Hart. The orange car being chased by the white car of Williams. Less than a minute left. So Hart, Williams, Anderson. 2 GB racers and a Swedish racer. Now Anderson all over the back of Williams. Is he going to be able to do anything? We're watching this close, as are the referees and probably at least half the crowd out there. Around that big long right turn, through the sweeper, through the chicane, down the main straight. Oh, Hart goes wide. And now these two just that much closer. Down the main straight. Different lines coming down the straight for Williams and Anderson. Ooh, defensive lines now from Williams. You can see him actually slowing up and making a Hart has a bigger gap now. Time has expired. That is the win for James Hart. Congratulations, James, for winning that B Final for Spec. And that is the race finish for everybody. Great job. Good race. And we'll hand you back over to James after these messages from our sponsors. There's the finishing results.
Take it easy, guys. There will be driver's presentation in a minute or two. Take it easy, guys. All good, all good.
Okay, we are back, getting set for the Spec A Final number 2. We have got the driver announcements coming up for the driver's presentation. So drivers just set to be called up. I'm just working to get you camera feed of that. Driver announcements just coming up. See, drivers getting ready to be called up. We're going to cut to Björn, the race announcer, in a moment.
Our drivers there. Then we can do it. Okay, started 10th on the grid, entering from United Kingdom. Racing an Automatics model and power motor for Hobbywing. Battery from Fido, tires from Contact, body shell from Montage. He's sponsored by Automatic, Team Powers UK, Contact Tires, Fireworks AI, race pace bearings, Batcave, Multifool, Sen Racing, MB models. 10th fastest qualifier, Adam McMahon. Entering from Hungary, heavy driving an X-ray chassis, Hobbywing Speedo, Nostram motor and battery, hot race tires, body shell for lens bodies. He's sponsored by X-ray, Hoodie, Hobbywing, Nostram, SRT, Sanva, Hueco, Hero Seco, Hot Race, P-Stickers. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Issei. 8th fastest qualifier entering from the UK, racing a Schumacher chassis, Hobbywing motor, Fido battery, contact tires, Montag body shell. He's sponsored by Schumacher Fireworks. And he says a special thanks to Valen and Lee, who helped him this whole weekend. 8th fastest qualifier, Graves Bailey. 7th fastest qualifier entering from Belgium, racing a Schumacher chassis, Hobbywing motor, EAM batteries, contact tires. He is sponsored by Body Shell Montag. He's sponsored by Schumacher, EAM, contact, grip tag. Ladies and gentlemen, Niels de Graese. 6th fastest qualifier entering from Finland, racing a Schumacher chassis, Hobbywing motor, CRC batteries, and contact tires. He's have a Montag body on it, and he's sponsored by Schumacher and Future RC Finland. Ladies and gentlemen, Nico Saarinen. 5th fastest qualifier entering from England, racing a Schumacher chassis, Hobbywing motor, Aerox Elite batteries. He got contact tires. He have a Montag body on the car, and he's sponsored by Schumacher, Aerox, Contact, Core RC, Multifools, Riptech, and RC Dynamics. He's coming. It's full send. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sam Colt. Fourth fastest qualifier, also from the United Kingdom, racing an Automatic chassis, Hobbywing motor, EAM batteries, hot race tires. Body shell is from Montag, sponsored by Automatic, MXLR, Sin Racing, MB Models, and Boat Racing Team. Ladies and gentlemen, fourth fastest qualifier, Michael Boat. Third fastest qualifier entering from Belgium, racing a Automatics A12X chassis. He got a Hobbywing motor on it, batteries are for EAM, hot race tires on it. He got Montag body on it, and he's sponsored by Automatics, Hobbywing, Team EAM, Fly Sky, Maxla, Power HD, Hot Race Tire, RC Discharge, Tony Sport, MR33 Racing, and P Stickers and G Design. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Oliver Bilting. Second fastest qualifier entering from Germany, racing an Automatics A12X chassis, Hobbywing motor in it. He got Team EAM batteries in it, hot race motor tires, Montag body on it, and he's sponsored by Automatics, Hobbywing, Team EAM, hot race factory tires, Sunbar, RCK, MKS, A-Paint, TQ Racing, Axon, CBR Pro, RC Discharger, and MXLR. From Germany, the reigning world champion, Max Maxler. And fastest qualifier entering from the United States of Kingdom. United Kingdom, he's racing a CRC chassis, Hobbywing motor. Batteries are for CRC. He got a hot race foam tires on it. His body shell is from Super Rat, and he's sponsored by CRC, Super Rat, TQ Wire, OPR, and Gore Graphic. Ladies and gentlemen, the multiple European champion, now trying to get it once again, Mr. Ollie Payne.
There we go. Thank you, Björn, for the driver introductions. All set then for 8 minutes of flat-out racing. We're RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you coverage in conjunction with Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Ollie Payne taking the win in leg number 1 from Max Mackler from Ollie Boltink. If Ollie Payne wins this leg, he is European champion for 2025. If Max Mackler or Ollie takes it, then if Max Mackler or Ollie Boltink takes this, then it will go on to leg number 3. Or if anybody other than Ollie Payne wins this, it will go on to leg number 3. I'm saying them because I think they're the most likely, but we're getting set for Ollie Payne to lead away from P1 on the grid. Ollie Payne, familiar race paint, white, black, red. Max Mackler also running race paint, white, blue, orange.
Everybody's ready. A main number 2 in the 13.5 turn in the P class. We are racing for the officially European champion.
Here we go. First chance for a Euros to be settled. Ollie Payne leads away from Max Mackler. Max looked like he got a bit of a better start than Ollie, but had to check up to avoid hitting him. Ollie Payne leading from Max Mackler from Ollie Boltink. Ollie Boltink looking like he had some good pace early on that time, but Mackler right on the back of Ollie Payne, needing to find his way through, having to go low down the straight as there was a crash car there. Front 3 have already made a break for it. Payne from Mackler from Boltink. Last time Max and Ollie B were having a bit of a fight at the start, and that let Ollie escape. When Max did finally pop out in second, he was able to close down the gap to Ollie Payne. But Ollie saying he felt still fairly in control. He wasn't cruising, but he still felt fairly comfortable at the end of that one. But Ollie now just starting to stretch. He's about 6 tenths up. Ollie Boltink around 3 tenths down on Max Mackler. Lauren Mackman says, "Afternoon, guys." Hello, Lauren. Don't know how long you've been watching us. You missed a bit of an epic drive in the last leg from Chase. But we are now watching Max Mackler chasing Ollie Payne. Max seems to have got away from Ollie Boltink this time. Not having to fend off that pressure might allow him to wind a little bit more onto Ollie Payne. Remember, if Ollie Payne wins this, he is European champion for 2025. You need someone else to win this to take it into leg number 3. Last time round, 11.8 for Ollie P, 12.1 for Max Mackler. So Mackler dropping back behind Ollie Boltink now. Still with Ollie Payne from Ollie Boltink. 1.2 seconds the lead gap now. Max Mackler 1.1 seconds behind Boltink. So we're running with Ollie Boltink at the moment. This white car in the middle of shot. He's trying to chase down Ollie Payne. 1 second back. Mackler 1.7 seconds back from Ollie Boltink. Bailey Graves up in to 4th position from 8th on the grid. 8/10 of a second now. Running with Ollie Bultink as he tries to chase down Ollie Payne. 6/10 of a second. Gap is coming down. 11.8 last time round for Bultink. 11.9 for Payne. Gap seems to have stabilised very slightly. Ollie Payne goes past Adam Mackman. A little bit of a bobble over a curb. Adam gets out of the way of Ollie Bultink as well. 6/10 of a second. So Bultink gained a little bit through the traffic. Three-quarters of a second. We're already at half distance. Ollie Payne at the moment doing everything he needs to take back the European title that he won in 2018. Ollie Bultink doing what he can to try and nick that back off of him. Max Mackler is 4.5 seconds off the back of this. 4/10 of a second now between Ollie Payne and Ollie Bultink. Super close out in front. Looks like closer again. Bultink now about 1/3 of a second behind. He's basically right with Ollie Payne. The engraver can probably type Ollie on the trophy. Ollie Bultink has a bit of a look there. Has the door slammed shut in his face. That's all good. Gap between them 4/10 of a second. Three minutes left now. Half a second gap between the two leaders. Sam Colt stays well out of the way of the pair of them. Bailey Graves up into third position now, with Michael Bolt in fourth. But we are looking at a half-second gap, and I think the rear of Ollie Bultink's car is starting to cry enough. He's just had a couple of little mid-corner snaps. Ollie Payne stretching out. He's now over a second in front. Bailey Graves is 7 seconds back. Final 2 minutes, gap up to 1.2 seconds. So we could well be watching Ollie Payne on his way to a second European Championship title in this 1/12 spec class. Max Mackler has retired from this run. So it's Payne versus Bultink. 1.2 seconds though. 1 minute 20 for Ollie. These front two, the only drivers predicting 40 lap runs. One minute left now for Ollie Payne. 1 minute splitting him and a European title, a second European title. One second between Ollie Payne and Ollie Bultink. Ollie just keeping it smooth, keeping it calm. Seven-tenths of a second now. Half a second, they're about to go on to their final lap. Ollie Payne and Ollie Baltink down the main straight. Ollie Payne, couple of corners between him and the European Championship title. Ollie Payne crosses the line and is European champion for 2025. So we have Ollie Payne then as our European champion. Right, Ollie Payne, well, European champion, bloody hell. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
So a bit of a redemption arc for you, I guess, that one. You've had a bit of a tough start to the year for people that don't know.
Yeah, had a bit of a tough start to the year and so many years of seconds, so pretty happy to take this.
Okay, well, I know you've got to get out of Marshall, so we'll have a proper chat with you later, but just wanted to say well done, thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back. So after seeing that rather sort of epic ending there, and Ollie Payne taking that stock final. Lauren Mackman saying well done, Ollie. Yep, absolutely. Shared by all of us, I think. Okay, 5 cars lead away. Marco Mazzini from Riccardo Ferretti. Just reminding myself of what happened last time in this lot. Who did we have? We had Stéphane Lemperriere winning from Marco Mazzini. Stéphane Lemperriere, the number 4 car, he's already up into 2nd position. Marco Mazzini leading this one, the number 1 car. Lemperriere running in 2nd position. Gap between the lead 2, 1.5 seconds. And gap come right down now between the lead 2. This is the battle for the lead we are watching. Lemperriere now out in front. He took the leg win first time out. He has got a best lap of 11.75. Last lap round he was a 12.0. So still slightly balked there for Mazzini. That's going to extend the gap out for Lemperriere. And it has. It's up to 1.8 seconds. 3 minutes in, 5 minutes remaining. We are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships for 2025 from Zwevegem in Belgium. We're RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing. Also, thank you to Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. Lemperrier still from Mazzini, lead gap of around 4 seconds. Running with Lemperrier out in front. From Marco Mazzini and Riccardo Ferretti. Lemperrier winning the first leg. 3.5 minutes away from winning the second leg and taking the D main overall for this EFRA European Championships. Six-second lead now for Lemperrier, who we are running with. There are no close battles going on out on the track. Closest is Riccardo Ferretti from Marco Mazzini, who is within 5.5 seconds. But that'll be quite a late braking manoeuvre to make up 5.5 seconds in one corner. Just over 2 minutes to go. Nearly a 9-second lead now for Lemperrier over Marco Mazzini. And is that an issue there for Lemperrier? I think it is. I think that's potentially a breakage, or is he just slowing down? No, that is a stoppage. No, what's he doing? Oh, he's broken a wheel. He has smashed a wheel. So Marco Mazzini takes the lead with the number 1 car. So having looked very comfortably in control, we're left with 4 cars circulating here. Marco Mazzini is the 1 car, the white-coloured car, just through the fast sweep now. Lemperrier still showing as being in 3rd position. I think he'll drop to the tail of the field by the end. But only 4 cars circulating. 3 wheels on the wagon of Stéphane Lemperrier. Final 15 seconds. Alan Curry saying congratulations, Ollie. Yep, great drive, great driving all weekend from Ollie Payne. And a mistake there from the leader. Doesn't matter because he's the only driver to make it across for the split. Riccardo Ferretti had already finished, so just a slow split lap for Marco Mazzini. What do we got? 1 minute until the start. If you're just joining us, welcome to RC Racing TV. We've been bringing you coverage all weekend. Still got another chunk of finals to go. But we're going to watch the modified C Final go out there. We're bringing you coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing. We'd also like to say thank you to Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. I think we've got Teemu Saarinen missing from this one again. So let's just remind ourselves what happened last time. Øyvind Stusdal won this one from third on the grid. Which is actually turned into second, of course, with Teemu Saarinen missing. So away around the first corner and a bit of a scruffy opening couple of corners for Øyvind Stusdal. René Jan has used that opportunity to escape. Øyvind Stusdal taking the leg number 1 win. René Jan leading away though. Oh, mistake there from the leader. That promotes Stusdal into the lead. And a bit of a coming together there with the two leaders. So I think Nicola Morone is going to take the lead. He takes the lead somehow. Bit of a coming together. Referee hasn't called anything. So Nicola leading this one now from Janne Koivisto. Nicola leading this one by 3.5 seconds. Let's see if we can move back on to the battle for second, because that looks like it's raging going down the main straight. The minty green coloured car of Øyvind Stusdal running in second position from Janne Koivisto in third. The battle for second and third we are running with now. And a mistake there for Øyvind. And I think that might be a breakage for Øyvind. So that's going to drop him down towards the tail of the field. We're not going to get a 2 legs and done winner in the Mod C main. Nicola Morone leading this one by best part of 6 seconds. Is that a problem for, oh, this is, okay, we've got Nicola doing a little bit of testing by the look of it for Alex. This is an interesting one because this popped up earlier on in the weekend as well. The car will go back out on track without having gone through scrutineering. So this is potentially an interesting one. See what happens. See whether he gets DQ'd after the final. I mean, obviously he's not going to get a decent finishing time anyway. Janne Koivisto out in front from Mario Neri. Only 1.6 seconds between them. There we go, that is the car of Yannick Koivisto. And one car back from him is Mario Neri. And, Mario Neri actually now to the front, because we've just had a flying car appear and land on what was the leader. Lucas Larsson now getting somewhere in there. So Mario Neri all the way from P10, just dropping back down to second. Janne pinching the lead back off of him. Half a second between those two. Something odd's just happened with the timing, because mistake there for Mario Neri. Janne Koivisto's dropping down the order. Has his transponder stopped counting? No, it's just registered as it's come across. Has he missed a lap somewhere? Maybe did he hop over the curb and miss a lap? Potentially. I think that's what's happened. Anyway, Lucas Larsson now shown as leading with the 8 car. That is the blue-coloured car that we are watching. Off the end of the main straight, there we go. Lucas Larsson shown as leading this one. We think Janne Koivisto is actually out in front. We're running with the leader on the computer, at the very least. And a little bit of a mistake there. I think Bjarne has realised, he's peering at the computer and realised that something's gone a little bit awry in the running order, with Lucas Larsson shown as leading. When in fact it should be Janne Koivisto. None of these drivers, or we're not going to see a confirmed C Final winner in this one. We're running with Janne Koivisto at the moment. Janne Koivisto. Yep. Bjarne has also identified Janne Koivisto as the leader. Just working to get that updated on the timing, I believe. We're running with him, though, the lead car at the moment of Janne Koivisto. Janne Koivisto leading from Lucas Larsson. This is actually the back. Oh, there we go. I think now Lucas Larsson has taken the lead with the blue-coloured car. So Janne Koivisto had missed a lap somewhere, which isn't reflected on the timing screen, but that was, I believe, a change for the lead, with Lucas Larsson now leading Janne Koivisto. Lucas Larsson, 45 seconds from the end.
40 seconds left on the clock.
Last 10 seconds, Lucas Larsson leading this one. We think Janno Koivisto is going to get a lap added and end up in second position. But he has made the split. So we think Janno Koivisto is going to pop up in second position at the end of that one when he gets a lap added. But there we go. That is the second leg of the Modified C Final. Done. Two minutes until the start of the Modified B Final. Remind ourselves what happened last time. Hupo took the win from Alex Anderson from Andreas Bryn. Hupo Honegol going to lead away at the start of this B Final from Andreas Bryn. Hupo taking the win last time out. Hupo gets away from Andreas. A little bit of a bobble there for Hupo. Just checked him up a little bit. Hupo won from Alex Anderson from Andreas Bryn last time. The last time out we were 1 from 3 from 2. We're now running 1 from 2 from 3. Hupo wins this, he wins the B main overall. Anybody else wins, we go into leg number 3. Hupo still leading by about 4/10 from Andreas Bryn. Alex Anderson going with them as well. So lead 3 covered by half the length of the straight. So change for second because there's been a mistake for Andreas Bryn. Battle for the lead though, out onto the main straight. So it's as you were last time. Hupo Honegol from Alex Anderson. Finley Whitelocks popped up in 3rd position, but is a fair chunk behind these two. Half a second. If you're wondering why half a second looks a bit bigger with these cars, these are modified powered cars. They've got a 6.5 turn motor. They travel much, much quicker in a straight line compared to the spec class cars. So half a second in time is a much greater distance. Hupo Honegol still leading. Former champion in this class, down in the B main this weekend. In both classes actually, just proving just how difficult making an A final and what an achievement making an A final at this level is. Still watching Hoopo leading 0.8 of a second now. His gap over Alex Anderson. Still Hoopo leading 0.7 of a second from Alex Anderson. They're closing it in on some traffic. I think Thomas Liptak will be the first of the cars that they're closing on. Still Hoopo Honeygall, the all-white coloured car from Alex Anderson, the pink car. Hoopo just starting to carve his way through traffic. And Alex Anderson just gets a little bit checked up as they went through traffic there, so Hoopo's gap just extending out very slightly. Hoopo cutting his way through traffic, 1.1 seconds in front now at half distance. There's no close battles going on throughout the field. This is about the closest. 1 second apart between Hoopo Honeygall and Alex Anderson, 1.3 now. Hoopo still leading. Alex Anderson, 1.5 seconds exactly. It's now 1.4 exactly 1/10. Alex Anderson took out of Hoopo on that last lap. He'll need to be coming down at a much greater rate than that. Hoopo still with a 1.5 second lead. In fact, it's up to 2 seconds now. Bit of a scrappy lap from Alex Anderson. Findlay Whitelock still running in third position. But everybody super spread out. 2 minutes remaining. So, nice chilled Sunday afternoon drive for Hoopo. 2 seconds down the road from Alex Anderson. And then we start to get set for second leg of the A main. We've already decided the Spec Championship in favour of Ollie Payne, taking the title like Simon Lauter won last year. Simon unable to be with us this weekend, so not in a position to look at defending his title. Hoopo still out in front by 1.5 seconds from Alex Anderson.
45 seconds left on the clock, 45 seconds.
20 seconds left for Hoopo. 1.5 seconds in front. Big gaps between cars all the way down through the field. On to final lap for Hoopo, down the main straight one more time. Cranks in and crosses the line. Time has expired. Hoopo takes the win and takes the overall for the for the modified B main. Good drive from Finley Whitelock to P3 there. Getting ready for the driver's presentation then for the modified A main. So we're going to let Bjarne talk us through this as they start getting called up. Starting to get a crowd around the outside of the venue.
Of course, we're starting due into a time schedule. We have to do it. So 10th fastest qualifier in a modified class, entering from Finland, racing a Schumacher Eclipse chassis. He has a Hobbywing motor in it, CRC battery, contact tires, and a Montec body shell. He is sponsored by Schumacher and Future RC Finland. Ladies and gentlemen, Mikko Saarinen. 9th fastest qualifier entering from Germany, racing an X-ray chassis, Hobbywing motor, Coyote batteries, Mobcom tires. The body shell is PIP Aero Force 12. He's sponsored by X-ray, Apsima, Coyote, Sanva, Mobcoms, PIP Aero, TP Racing, Hoodie, and a special thanks to the MRCZ crew for some great work in this race, and also thanks to the X-ray family. Ladies and gentlemen, the 17-time German national champion and the old daddy for two youngsters, Markus Mobers. He is also turning 50 this year. He's going to the 50 this year, so don't forget it. I know a good celebration later this year. I know where to be. 8th fastest qualifier entering from Austria, racing a CRC Matrix BA model chassis, Hobbywing motor, CRC battery, H-speed tires, body shell from Blackguard, sponsored by CRC, Blackguard, SRF, H-speed. A special thanks to Robert and the Blackguard team. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tobias Sutrich. 7th fastest qualifier entering from Slovakia, racing an X-ray X1225 chassis. You got a Hobbywing motor in it, Nostrum batteries, hot race tires, lens body, and he's sponsored by X-ray, Hoodie, Hobbywing, Nostrum, Sanva, Hot Race, Lens Body, and A Paint. Ladies and gentlemen, from Slovakia, Martin Hoodie. 6th fastest qualifier racing an X-ray chassis. You got a Hobbywing motor in it, CRC battery, Hot Race tires, Montec M20 body shell on it, and he's sponsored by X-ray and Elephant. His comment is thanks to the whole X-ray team, his daddy for traveling me, and her Norwegian friends in the pits and at home. Ladies and gentlemen, from Norway, Mathias Netrebø. 5th fastest qualifier racing an X-ray chassis, Hobbywing motor in it. You got a Team EAM batteries. You got hot race tires on it and a lens body shield. He's sponsored by X-Ray, Hoodie, Hobbywing, Team EAM, Pro Spec, Hot Race Tires, Sunva, GQ Racing, Hero Seiko, A-Pen, and Luxon. Ladies and gentlemen, the multiple European champion, but not reigning, but still entering from Sweden, Alexander Häggberg. Entering from Hungary, fourth position on the crit, X-ray chassis on it. You got a Hobbywing motor in it, Nostrum batteries. You got a hot race tires. He's racing a lens body shield, and he's sponsored by X-ray, Hoodie, Hobbywing, Nostrum, SRT, Hoeco, Sanwa, Hero Seiko, Hot Race, and P Stickers. Ladies and gentlemen, fourth fastest qualifier, Adam Isse. Third fastest qualifier entering from Poland, racing a Schumacher chassis. The motor he won't tell us, but the batteries, Team Kyoto. He also don't want to tell us what tires he's racing, but he got a Montec body on his. He is sponsored by Schumacher, Elseram, Team Kyoto, J-Concept, Power HD, Toolkit RC, MR33, Tony Sport, Sanwa, T-Works, Core RC, Contact, Trisbit, Double O'Neill, 33 Traffics, and VP Design. Ladies and gentlemen, multiple A-main participant in all classes, Mr. Michael Orlovsky. Second fastest qualifier entering from the UK, racing a new CRC chassis, Hobbywing motor, CRC battery, hot race tires. You got a body shield from Super Rat. He's sponsored by CRC, Super Rat, Sen Racing, TQ Wire, OPR. Then is also a multiple European champion, A-main participant to all big races. Ladies and gentlemen, from the UK, Oliver Payne. And top qualifier entering from Germany, racing an Automatic chassis. He's 6.5 motor in it. So far we know that. Coyote batteries, hot race tires, and a Montec body shell. He's sponsored by Tony Sport, Kyoto, Automatics, Fly Sky, Power HD, Toolkit RC, Matrix, Extreme, T-Works, Hara Racing, RC Maker, A-Paint, and 33 Graphics. Thanks and also got a comment, thanks to Max for preparing and working on his cars. Ladies and gentlemen, the former world champion 2019, Mark Reinhardt.
Okay, we are back. So thank you to Bjarne there for running through the driver introductions. Cars heading out onto the starting grid. Welcome to you if you are just joining us in time for this A-main leg number 2. So welcome if you are just joining us here for this live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Michael Orlowski might not have wanted to tell us what tyres he's running, but they look suspiciously like hot race tyres on his car to me. Mark Reinhardt set to lead away. If Mark Reinhardt wins this, he is European champion. Reinhard gets away okay at the start from Ollie Payne. Orlowski in third. Remember, Orlowski got second after a scruffy mid-part of the race going through traffic for Ollie Payne. At the moment, though, it is Reinhard leading from Payne. Slightly scrappy lap from Ollie Payne. Already lets Michael Orlowski onto him. Michael Orlowski trying to get past Ollie Payne. Mark Reinhard taking that opportunity to try and stretch away. But Ollie Payne hanging on to him. So Payne now right on Mark Reinhard. Ollie Payne right with him. So lead three all together. Mark Reinhard wins this. He is the European champion. Anybody else wins it, it goes into leg number 3. Michael Orlowski, defending champion, finished second in the first leg. Looks like he is finding some pace. Reinhard still leading from Payne. They have very slightly edged away from Mikel Orlowski. 10-7 for the pair of them. Ollie Payne trying to find his way past Mark. Mark defending, they're catching traffic. That's Matthias Nedrebo. No, it was Adam Isay, actually, I think, getting out of the way. It was Adam Isay. Leaders now closing in on lap traffic. Where are we? Just over 2 minutes into the run. Reinhard still leading from Payne. Pair of them have just about stretched away from Mikel Orlowski. Still less than 1 second covering the top 3. Payne right on Reinhard as they come down off the end of the main straight. Mark Reinhard keeping it tight, keeping the door closed. One small mistake is all that it's going to take to get Ollie Payne to the front. Remember, Mark Reinhard wins this. Mark Payne is Mark Reinhard is European champion. Mark Reinhard just gets a couple of car lengths extra on him. Still only quarter of a second between them. That's allowing Michael Orlowski to close back in. Less than 1 second covering the top 3. 0.3 of a second. Now less than quarter of a second, 3 minutes in. Orlowski just can't quite get to them. Ollie Payne winding on the pressure. Mark Reinhard well used to defending. Ollie Payne having a look through the chicane, out onto the main straight, down the main straight. Can't quite get there. Less than 0.2 between them. Still the lead 3, Reinhard from Payne from Orlowski. Around half a second covering the top 3. Down the main straight, an awesome display from these drivers. Reinhard still leading from Payne. Just keeping it tight, not giving Ollie any opportunity. Mark Reinhard still keeping the car perfectly parked on the line. Still absolutely nothing in it. Michael Orlowski just hanging back, just keeping a bit of a watching brief, as much as you can be hanging back by 0.3 of a second. They're just starting to come up towards some more traffic. I think that will be the car of Matches Nedrabo. Ollie having a look on the inside, doesn't quite find a gap, but Ollie is right with him, trying to create a gap. Nedrabo jumps out of the way. So front two have kind of pulled out a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a bobble over the curb there from Mark. It's not quite enough to create a gap for Ollie. So two cars in front need to get out of the way. Oh, Mark nearly gets held up there. And oh, Ollie ends up in the barrier as he went past Marcus Mobers. So tried to go one either side of Marcus Mobers. So Reinhard is leading from, we've got Orlowski back into second again. We're running with Ollie Payne. He has got less than 2 minutes to get back to the front. So super unlucky for Ollie there as they went through the traffic. Marcus Mobers not knowing what way to go. 8/10 Mark's lead over Michael Orlowski. Ollie Payne trying to get that gap down, just over 1 minute left. So small mistake there for Orlowski, lets Ollie Payne up into second. Mark's gap with 50 seconds left. Let's see as we cross the line. Mark's gap is 1.4 seconds. What do we got? Less than 40 seconds to go. 1.5 seconds between Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne will be charging, but with less than 30 seconds to go. Mark Reinhard doing everything he needs to at the minute. Here we go, Mark going to be starting his last lap. So traffic is getting out of the way. Here we go, onto the last lap. Ollie's got it down to 8/10, but Mark just needs to bring it home. Down the main straight for the last time. Crosses the line, there we go. Mark Reinhard, European champion for 2025 in modified. Ollie Payne finishing second in that heat. And Orlowski in third position. So I want to catch up with Mark Reinhard. That obviously means something to you?
Yes, I think every title means something, you know, and yeah, it proves me that I'm old, but I'm still there, you know. I wasn't the fastest in A2 now, but yeah, I just had to hold it on the track, and yeah, like I said before, again, like the lapping is the most difficult part what we had, and I think that like he got the worst out of it and onto the straight. He definitely was faster than me, but sometimes it is like it is.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously that's it and done now. So gonna opportunity to sit out leg 3.
Yes, it's going to be nice just to watch and not drive anymore, and take the 12th car out again for the Worlds.
Yeah. Okay. So well, another year then, but well done.
Thank you.
joining us here for a lap of the EFRA 1/12 European Championships circuit, hosted by the MRCZ track. Heading down the main straight, we're going to flick left, scrubbing the speed off as we head in towards a little hairpin, then a quick flick back to the right. This is going to be a constant radius probably. Round to the right again, then back round to the left, curving as we start building the speed all the way down underneath the driver's rostrum before another sort of tightening left-hand turn into a hairpin, then another quick flick to the right, constant radius again as you start getting on the power. This is possibly going to be a triple apex right-hander before another quick flick to the left as we go down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Building speed, then starting to scrub speed off, turning round to the left again before we head up in towards this tight, tortuous chicane as we flick right then left. Right again on the exit, then back round to the left and out onto the main straight, building the power all the way back down again, getting faster and faster as we complete the lap.
Let's go.
All right, so we are back for the GTB Final, this time the third B Final run. We've got on the grid, we've got Philip Glorio, Philip Hootie, Carl Schuck, who seems to be missing, so we're down from 5 down to 4 cars. Then we have Dennis Marshallow and Henry Genitus. So if you've missed the A2 final for modified, just rewind about... oh, we have a jump start from the pink car from Henry. That's... I'm not sure if he'll actually get penalized, but the referees are in action on this one. So leading away, the pink and white car of Glorio. And then young Philip Hootie in his police special McLaren, I think it is. These little like micro supercars, quite cool looking cars. It was a slower class than the 12 scale, especially slower than the 12 scale mod that we were just watching a few minutes ago. Watching Mark Reinhard win another European Championship. Sorry if that's a spoiler alert, but you're just watching us. You fast-forwarded live. You fast-forwarded a little bit too much. So there we go. This is young Philip Glorio being chased by young Philip Hootie in the white car there. So the pink and white being chased by the white car. And many racers in the chat congratulating Mark on another European Championship win. Took a European Championship in mod touring car last year in another region of Belgium. Actually not far away from here in Roeselare. We are in Zwebegem, just a little bit south of Roeselare. Roeselare, I'm not sure which. But it should be an interesting fight in the A3, so keep watching. Because we've got former teammates Orlovsky and Payne basically going to be battling for the remaining spots on the podium, second and third. It's going to be pretty interesting. So Glorio lapping, I believe that wasn't Carl Schuck because Schuck has not started. But I believe that was Marshalo. No, that was Ganutis. So we're 2 minutes down and 6 1/4. Well, 5 minutes 40 seconds left to go in this one. As young Philip Glorio coming down the main straight around the big Omega turn across the timing loop. He's about a half a lap ahead of Philip Hootie. So we're 2 Phillips, and they're both spelled the same way, but luckily they have different first initials of the last names. So the next group of racers is going to be the GTA Final 3. First race of these of the GT class, which is an exhibition class. It's an introductory pan car class, slower and heavier than the 12 scale racers, even in spec. Meant to be an introductory class, something that maybe I would start off with as a returning racer or something like that. But great for young kids and their dads, and aging Gen X racers, that sort of, if you fit that sort of profile. So it's a pretty neat looking class. It's the first time I've actually seen them drive in anger, and the cars are quite cool looking. They're like little replicas of Paganis and Lamborghinis and McLaren cars and Ferraris, and obviously unbranded, but look-alike cars. And they look quite cool. And that's how I got into RC, with the scale realism. And then, of course, you want to go faster, you get into the LMP cars like the Spec and Mod class racing. What happened there? That couldn't have been a grip roll, was it? It's a bit weird. So let's drop back 1 car to Philip Hootie. There we go, the police special McLaren, I think it is. It could be, it's got kind of sharp edges on it, so I think it might be like a Lamborghini-styled car, like a Huracan or a Gallardo or something like that. So if you're a fan of supercars and you just want to have some casual racing, this is a great entry class. There's only 2 classes, well, really 1.5 sort of fields of racing here for the GT. Some places call it GT12, and there's various brands available, but it's nice to see these going in action, especially the young kids who are racing with their parents, whether the parents are also in the GT category or racing the LMP category. So we'll actually see a father and son pair in the first and second spot in the GTA Final, which is coming up next. So Philip here, Philip Hootie, who we're following on screen, won last night's B1 final, and then the other young Philip, who we were following for the other before Philip Hootie here, that Philip won the B2 final earlier today, which I think was the very first final to go off today. So basically it comes down to obviously best 2 out of 3 wins. And if Philip Glorio is able to take it, and he's just gotten tangled up with back markers just in front of us. So he's lost a bit of time. Actually, he's lost a significant bit of time. So just ahead, you can see the pink and white just on the edge of the screen there. And there we go. Just at the bottom of the screen and the top of the screen, that's the battle for first and second. So if... Let's follow Glorio here, and if he gets tangled, he doesn't, navigates that back marker again very easily. That was the main risk, basically. He seems to be driving perfectly fine, as young racers tend to do. No mechanical issues, and staying off the barriers. the next thing is to stay away from the back markers, and that will let him take 2 out of 3 wins in the GTB Final group. So 1 minute left, and weirdly, Philip Hootie is listed as the leader. May have missed that somewhere because. Okay, so how did Glorio's listed as? Come on, a second. Okay, well, my bad. Somewhere along the way, Hootie made up a lap. I think we have had. We may have had some issues somewhere with the timing, and I think we may have seen that just again now. So I'm not sure what is happening. I'm sure they'll look at the lap times, and if young Philip here, this Philip on screen, Hootie, has a very short lap, I'm sure they'll investigate. So it looks like, according to the time anyway, Philip Hootie is on his last lap. Glorio has already finished for second, and Philip Hootie has finished with a win in the B Final 3. So great job, Philip. I hope that's correct. And there's his dad, Martin Hootie. You see the police car livery. So he's always been running that for quite a while. There he is. Happy dad, happy son, and a winning car. Okay, so a little bit more action in this one. There's Philip Glorio just walking across the screen to our right. Yeah, so we've got Lewis Mobers is not racing this one because he's already won the A1 and A2 race. So we have Sips, another Mobers, Grenz, Fontaine, Genitus, another Genitus, and Periot. Nicholas Schuck has not checked in. So neither of the Schuck racers in GT have checked in. So we're leading off with Mobers and Sips. Ooh, a little swap over there. We already had one swap over, and now we have another. So Sips back into the lead, starting from second. We'll see what Clan Mobers has in the works here. Sips leading. The green car is going to be Chris Grenz, but they're pulling away. Lewis and Mika, Lawrence and Mika. Lewis is the young Mobers who has already, TQ'd and won the A1 and A2. So a clean sweep, basically. I think also top seed, but I'm not quite sure. So a lot more action in this one. 7 cars on the grid. Lewis Mobers not running the A3 because he's already won. And then Pirat and Schuck have not started. So we've got 7 cars in this one, almost twice as many cars. So the order is Sips, Mobers, Grenz, roughly at that pace as they're coming across. 6.5 minutes remaining. Coming down the main straight. White and blue, yellow and blue, and then green.
13.8 up front, 13.3 and 13.6.
So, yeah, 13 lap run, or 13-second laps for the 2 leaders in the blue cars, and then 14 seconds for everybody else. So they're steadily pulling away. You see that flash of green there? That's how far ahead they are of 3rd place. Chris Grenz. Oh, and was that Mobers who has gone over and lost his position to Grenz. So now this is our leader, but if we wait right there, we're going to have a battle for 2nd. Ooh, and Grenz gets pretty wobbly over those red and white barrier strips. Oh, and then, ooh, geez, is that car still running? That's Grenz losing his position to young Mobers. So Mika now back out into 2nd, but way, way behind Lauren Sips. So let's see what sort of pace Mika Mobers can do. Let's stick with me, Mika, for just a little bit. You see that green car again? That's Chris Grenz trying to chase down Mika. So coming through the chicane. Again, that is not a straight shot there. You do have to turn quite a lot. You cannot straight line that chicane. It will just throw the car straight into the air. We've seen that happen a couple times. So it's Sips, Mobers, and Grenz. Janutis, Fontaine, and Kruzchek is 4th, 5th, and 6th. And the only remaining runner out there is Raymond Leibar. One of, I believe, just a couple of racers from Luxembourg. They didn't have to come too far here to the Flanders region of Belgium. We're just on the southern border of Belgium. So this is Mika Mobers chasing down that blue and white car. Not too far ahead is Lawrence Sips. And Lawrence may have gotten hung up there with that yellow car lap traffic. I believe that's Raymond, but I think Mika was able to catch up just a little bit. Coming through the middle section and into the right sector, as the referees call it, because that's how the drivers see it from the rostrum. So across the line again. And I'm pretty sure that's a nice little catch up there for Mika. Mika and Lawrence. There's not, we usually look for the top battles in the top 3 region, and this is about as close as we're going to get because Chris Gens is almost a full lap behind these two. You see that flash of green there? It's maybe not a full lap, but about a half a lap. Another back marker. And you see it's just the tiniest bit closer. Trying to make this GTA Final 3 here in Zwevegem for the 2025 EFRA European Championships for a 12 scale. This is the exhibition class for the GT or GT12 category. Ooh, and some dot running there. That's not going to help Mika's case to catch Lawrence. May as well move forward to the blue and white car, just crossing the finish line now. This is Lawrence Sips from Belgium, local racer, but not necessarily to this particular track. As you can see, it's a temporary track laid down in a quite large gymnasium. So there's no real home field advantage or anything like that, even though this is a local racer you can presume is fairly familiar with the MRCZ club. Hosts of the Masters of Foam race, big race every autumn. And this year hosts club of the 2025 European Championships for 1/12 scale. So after this race, we're going to have the third leg of the A Finals. So the third A Final race of all the other LMP categories, Spec, starting with Spec and going to Mod. We already have our winners decided in Spec and Mod. Just scroll back. If you're watching this live on Sunday, the 30th of March, just scroll back. Don't want to ruin it for you. But if you're watching this during the week, hope you've stayed away from the news. But some pretty good racing overall, and interesting couple of surprises as well, we feel. So this here is Lawrence Sips, just finishing 32 laps and 25 seconds remaining. So not long to go. This lap and one more. Maybe this lap and one more, because when Lawrence crossed, it was 15 or so seconds to go. But should be able to make it. Whether Mika crosses and gets the extra lap, I think that is going to be it. Mika, I think Mika was caught. So this is a victory lap for Lawrence Sips. Taking the A3 win, but not the overall win. That went to Lewis Mobers. Right, okay, so I'm going to hand you over to James, but in the meantime, thank you to our title sponsor, Hobbywing, and our supporting partners, Tony Sport, Awesomatics, Montech, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. And hand you back over to our regular commentator, James Stewart.
Thank you, Frank. Give me opportunity to have a little break in preparation for the run for home. We're into the last round of finals here in Zwevegem in Belgium. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We've already decided our European title, so Ollie Payne is the European champion for 2025 for stock, and in modified, Mark Reinhard took the overall win by winning the first two legs. So first time in a while, I think, since we've had Euros decided by the first two legs being won. But anyway, I digress. We are moving on to the Spec Finals. I'd like to give a quick shout out to our event sponsors, Hobbywing, for helping us to bring you this coverage. Plenty of their products in use and in attendance this weekend. In the cars that have won both the stock and the modified titles. Speed controllers and motors in use in those. Also like to say thank you to Tony Sport, Awesomatics, Montech, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. Matthias Hermans leading away from Lee Moss. Lee Moss having taken a 1 and a 2. Matthias Hermans with a 1 and a 4. So far in this, so two leg winners are Matthias Hermans and Lee Moss. Matthias Hermans getting the better of it. Lee Moss having a scruffy opening lap, ending up in 4th position. So whoever wins this one out of Matthias Hermans and Lee Moss is going to take the H Final for Spec. Larry Finkelstein saying Spec H. Yep, H Final all the way down to H for Spec. Matthias Hermans we are running with Winston Barnett in close attendance. Matthias is the predominantly white car. Winston, the orange-coloured car. So 2 leaders just coming across a couple of the back markers, sort of bimbling around in the chicane. Down by the loop. Still this lead battle going on. Less than a tenth between the 2 leaders, or there was. Lead battle still going on. Oh, and Winston takes a bit of a lunge from a long way back. He's being reminded of his responsibilities by the referee. And mistake there from Matches Hermans, puts Winston to the front. Oh, this could get interesting then with a 2 and a 1 each. Oh, no, Matches back to the front. So Winston Barnett could win this for Lee Moss if he can prevent Matches Hermans from winning it. Let's see what Winston's got actually as his 2 scores. Winston's got a 2 as well. So actually Winston could be involved in this. But anyway, Matches Hermans back to the front. There's traffic in between them. And Winston gets shoved to the barrier. So that takes the sting out of the lead battle. Matches Hermans now leading by 3 seconds. With just under 5 minutes remaining. Off camera, Lee Moss has returned to the scene of his earlier accident. But we are watching Matches Hermans leading out in front in this one, doing everything he needs. If he wins this one, he will take the overall. So we've got Matches Hermans and Lee Moss with leg wins. We have got Winston Barnett with a second, so if Winston wins it, then he's also in the mix, depending on what the others do. Matches, though, 2.5 seconds in front of Winston now. Just under 4 minutes left. Just watching, see what the lead gap is. 2.7 seconds. It's come right down now, actually. Winston's got it down to 1.5. Battle still could be on. There's no cars in between Winston and Matches. .4 seconds now. 3 minutes remaining. 1.6 gap between the 2 leaders. Matches Hermans closing on some traffic. Gives him a very wide berth. Little bobble coming out onto the main straight once more. So Winston now through. Oh, little Winston's within 7/10. 2 minutes left. Winston just makes a mistake, puts the car on his roof. That takes the sting out of the lead battle. I think Dennis Marshalow will have popped up into second position. Yes, he has. So Matthias Hermans still with a chunky lead. 4.7 seconds over Winston Barnett. Matthias Hermans then by 5.1 seconds from Winston Barnett. Just over a minute left. He can cruise this one round. Matthias Hermans still with an awful big lead in his pocket with 30 seconds left to go. 4.3 seconds. Lemos just been lapped. Lee running in third place himself, but Matthias Hermans doing everything he needs to. Just going to bring this one home. What's he, final 10 seconds. Winston's got the gap down, but it's not enough. This is the final lap for Matthias Hermans. Last track action of the weekend for him. He crosses the line to take the overall win in the Spec H Final. Congratulations, Matthias. Musical Soda saying, great job, racers. Yep, all good. What do we got next? We have got the G main, where we've got who have won legs. We've got Thomas Gavell, who has he's got a 1 and a 2. Eero Hakemies with a 1 and a 4. So basically, we're looking for Eero Hakemies needs to win this. Eero Hakemies will be starting in third on the grid. Jukka Hakemies will be on pole from Stefan Kalbrecht. We have seen, though, that Jukka has kind of opened up for Eero and tried to run shotgun for him. Thomas Gavell starts from P7. So we've got two cars we're looking for then. The pink coloured car of Eero Hakemies from P3 on the grid is a contender. So Jukka Hakemies going to lead away, that grey coloured car camouflaged with the carpet. Jukka Hakemies gets away in front with Eero up into second. The 7 car of Thomas Gavell made a suspiciously good start there to end up in 4th place. Okay, so Eero Hakemies called for a stop-go for driving through the car of Stefan Kalbrecht. Thomas Gavell pretty certain he hopped the barrier, but anyway, it's not been called by the referee. He is running in 3rd position currently. He's taken a leg win. He is chasing down Tony Wade. So, oh, he has been called for a stop-go. There we go. Okay, so that jump at the start did get noticed and called. And that was unfortunate coming out onto the main straight. But we have got the lead car, the grey-coloured car we're watching of Jukka Häkämies. He had been trying to help Eero out in previous legs, but the opportunity hasn't presented itself. So he's now leading from Tony Wade. He can't do anything else for the driver of car number 3, Eero Häkämies, who's been left a little bit behind. Jukka Häkämies leading from Tony Wade by 1.6 seconds. There we go, that green and blue coloured car that we are watching, that is Thomas Gavell running in 3rd position, closing in on the rear of Tony Wade. Tony keeps it tight, resists the pressure from the back. Down the main straight once more, a little bit wide from Tony, slams the door shut in Thomas Gavell's face. That's now turned into the battle for the lead, and Tony opens the door and Thomas Gavell dives through it. Thomas Gavell leading from Tony Wade. Lead car had ended up on his roof on that lap, and being the same colour as the carpet, the marshal couldn't see it. Running with the lead car of Thomas Gavell at the moment, green front, blue rear down the main straight. 3 minutes down, 5 minutes to go. Still gap between the lead two of 1 second. Still Thomas Gavell. Thomas having won leg number 1. Finished second in leg number 2. He's leading leg number 3. That's a great job from him, really, from P7 on the grid. You'd expect from there that you might be able to, in a 3-leg final, get up near the pointy end once, but to do it 3 times is a pretty amazing effort. Still Thomas Gavell leading. Drivers enjoying, for many of them, their last drive on this fast, open, flowing circuit here in Svevegem, hosted by the MRCZ Club. And we're bringing you coverage of this EFRA 112 Euros in conjunction with Hobbywing. We'd also like to give a bit of a shout out to Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. We're running with Thomas Gavell. 3 minutes remaining. F main coming up next. 2 minutes left for Thomas Gavel. He's got a 5.5 second lead over Tony Wade. Still Thomas Gavel. His best lap, a 12.697. Tony Wade in second, 12.889 on a best lap. Last time round, Thomas Gavel, 13.356. 14.0 for Tony. Not a good lap for Tony last time. 13.3, that's much better from Tony. Last 50 seconds, we're into the last minute quite comfortably now. Thomas Gavel just under 7 seconds in the lead. I think Tony Wade's second might be enough to get him on the podium overall, if he can hang on to that one. Tony with... That would give Tony 2 seconds. It might actually get him second overall. We'll have to, we'll check on that afterwards. Final lap then for Thomas Gavel. Time just about to expire. He will cross the line. Thomas Gavel takes the G main. Tony Wade finishes second from Jaakko Humasalo. Let's just get an update to the ranking lists. Just looking for an update. I'll see if that's updated itself yet. Thomas Gavel with 2 wins. We've got Tony Wade finishing second overall with 2 twos. So good job there, Tony. And Eero Hakamies with a 1 and a 4, rounding out the podium. So getting set for the Spec F Final. And let's have a look. Rob has got a 1 and a 7. Esteban Fontaine with a 1 and a 2. So Rob really needs to be winning this one. Rob Jackson leads away from Eric Sotoreu. Eric dropping down the field, so Rob streaking away from Tim Janssen. Rob Jackson leads by just over 1 second from Tim Janssen. Magnus Hellmark all the way up from 6th position into 3rd. Great start there then from Magnus. Emmanuel Ferrero from 5th up to 4th. Esteban Fontaine down into 5th position. Remember, 2 leg winners are Rob Jackson and Esteban Fontaine. Esteban has got a 1 and a 2. Rob's got like a 1 and a 7. I think Rob's got the faster time of the 2. So Rob, ideally he wants to win this leg. See if he can fend off Tim Janssen. Small mistake there from Rob. Doesn't need too many of them. Tim Janssen crawling all over the back of Rob Jackson. Rob Jackson now starting to stabilise that gap. He's got it up to 4/10. A little bit scrappy from Rob there. Let's let Tim close in. Still Rob from Tim. Magnus Hellmark closing in on this as well. So we've got less than 1 second covering the top 3. Bobble from Rob coming out onto the straight. That's really costly coming out onto the straight because it doesn't just cost you in that particular corner. You lose speed all the way down the main straight. He's just hung on to it. But Tim Janssen applying the pressure. Makes a half move and runs over the curb as a result of that. So actually lets Rob Jackson off the hook, but they are back together again. Rob Jackson going defensive. Tim Janssen right with him. So 2 white and red cars. It's the rear of the 2 at the moment. It's now the front of the 2. Another mistake from Rob. Keeps on doing that. Keeps on giving Tim Janssen a sniff of an opportunity. Same mistake from Tim Janssen. That has put Magnus Hellmark up into second position. Magnus Hellmark running the blue, yellow and red body shell. Rob Jackson now leading after 3 minutes by 9/10 of a second. Oh, mistake, big mistake there from Hellmark. So that's going to drop him down the order. Tim Janssen back to second. He is 1.4 seconds off of Rob Jackson. That is Rob Jackson we're running with. Tim Janssen is the pink car, 1 car back. Running with Rob Jackson at the moment. 1.3 seconds in the lead. Rob Jackson from Tim Janssen. Esteban Fontaine somewhere in the mix. Sam Brooks asking, how's the junior championship going? Still all to play for. Sam, we'll cover permutations when we get up towards the B final, but I think we're tied on points, but there's lots of different outcomes to it. Rob Jackson leading from Tim Janssen. Tim's got the gap down to 0.6 of a second. Seven tenths the gap now. Rob just extending his lead, getting it up to best part of 1 second. Esteban Fontaine a further 2 seconds back. So 3 seconds off the lead for Esteban Fontaine. 2.5 minutes left. Remember, if Rob wins this, he will take the overall F Final. by virtue of 2 leg wins. If he doesn't win it, Esteban Fontaine has a 1 and a 2. So Rob would be needing to finish second, and then it comes down to tie-break time. Still with Rob Jackson as they come through some traffic. 1 minute 40 remaining. Rob is now successfully clear of the traffic. He's got his lead up to 1.2 seconds. 1 minute 20 to go. Still fairly close. Rob can't relax. Tim Jansen's just got 1 second to close up on him. 1 minute left. Coming in towards 30 seconds to go. Top 4 all predicting 37 lap runs.
20 seconds on the clock. 20 seconds.
20 seconds left. So Rob Jackson starts his penultimate lap. He's got 1.4 seconds over Tim Jansen. Just about to start the final lap now for Rob. Just keeping it moving. No mistakes now. 1.1 seconds in the lead. Time has expired. Just the straight and a few corners to go for Rob Jackson, who successfully makes it through, crosses the line. Rob Jackson takes the win in the Spec F Final leg number 3 and takes that overall. Right, Sam, you asked about the Junior Championship. Well, we've got James Hart having already won the B. He's got 2 leg wins. What have we got? We've got Andrea is currently showing 16th, 13 points. He's got a 4 and a 9. Chase has got 13 points also with a 5 and an 8. And we've got Finley Whitelock with a 7 and a 10. So it's looking like it's going to be between Chase and Andrea. Andrea's got the better score though. He's got a 4 and a 9. So kind of Chase would need to be improving that 8 to, realistically he'd want something like a 6. But that obviously depends on what the others do in there. It's going to be harder for Finley to do something from there with a 7. Both of the other guys have got a score better than that 7. So he could still do it, but Finley's going to be needing a sort of a 1, a 2 or a 3 ideally to get somewhere up there. Whereas Andrea and Chase can probably get away with like a 5th, 6th, something in that region to get them up in the order. What do we got coming up next? The E Final. And we've got Mikael Brandt, who has taken 2 leg wins in this already. Car 2, he's going out there though. Mark Jordan's going to lead away. So Mikael Brandt has taken the overall already. Mark Jordan leads away from Mikael Brandt. Big lead for Mark Jordan. Sam Brooks says, all down for the last run then, exciting. Yeah, absolutely. Also worth bearing in mind, obviously, in the last leg of that B final, James Hart may not run, don't know. But having won those first 2 legs, obviously if he doesn't run, that leaves an extra point available for other people. Meanwhile, out in front, Mark Jordan leads by 2.7 seconds from Philip Lischka. That lead's going to come down, but still will maintain it. Alfie Hart up into second position. Alfie's got a 3 and an 8 so far. So second for Alfie would do him an awful lot of good. Mark Jordan still leading this one. Down the main straight, not really run with Mark much this weekend, but he's had a bit of a struggle. The minty green car that we are watching is Niels Meurs. Niels Meurs running just behind Philip Lischka. So the yellow coloured car there, that is Philip Lischka. Alfie Hart is the other all yellow coloured car, just off the end of the main straight, just coming past us now. There we go, through the fast sweep. That is Alfie Hart, currently running in second position. So body shell looking a little bit crooked for Alfie. Alfie Hart running in P2. We're running with him. He is 2.3 seconds off of Mark Jordan. Already got a third. In fact, I'm sure that gap's coming down. It is. It's down to 2 seconds. I think a lot of that was Mark Jordan being a bit cautious through the traffic. But still, 2.2 seconds now between Mark Jordan and Alfie Hart. Still running with Alfie as he starts closing in towards traffic in front of him. Lead for Mark Jordan up to 3 seconds. Back down to 2.5. We're running with Alfie as he ducks through some traffic. This could be quite entertaining because Mark Dieterman was just racing a yellow car and now the yellow car of Alfie is through to lap him. Not sure if he's being called by the referee, but Mark Dieterman needs to know. Yeah, Mark's been told, so Mark does the right thing, gets out of the way. No super close battles going on out on track at the moment. Still running with Alfie Hart, 3 seconds down on Mark Jordan. Let's see if we can pick up Mark Jordan. He's just going through the fast sweep now. Yellow front, green rear on his car. There we go. As he goes out onto the main straight. So our lead car, 2.5 seconds in the lead from Alfie Hart. Mark Jordan, what's he got overall? Mark's got a 4 and a 6. So a 1 and a 5 would be quite useful for him. Mikael Brandt already having won this with a 1 and a 1. So I think if we finish in this order, we're going to get Mark Jordan second and Alfie Hart third. They'll be tied on points, but a 1 and a 4 beating a 2 and a 3. Still with Mark Jordan, still 2 minutes to go though before we can confirm that in this E main. Still Mark Jordan 3 seconds in the lead from Alfie Hart. Alfie in turn has 4.5 seconds over Ole Thomas Bryn. Coming up towards the final minute for Mark Jordan. Mark comfortably out in the lead, 3.2 seconds in front of Alfie Hart. This is going to be a lights to flag run for Mark Jordan. Make the journey home a little easier, feel a little nicer. .20 seconds left for Mark Jordan. Mikael Brandt already having won this with 2 leg wins. He's out of this one. Mark Jordan just going to miss the split, I think. Does he make it? No, he doesn't. So Mark Jordan takes that one from Alfie Hart. I think that's going to get Mark second overall with Alfie third. Just going to have a check and an update on that one. Just confirm I am correct. All right, E-main, Mikael Brandt takes that, yes indeed, from Mark Jordan with a 1 and a 4, and Alfie Hart with a 2 and a 3. So yeah, Alfie third overall. So Mark Jordan second overall in that, Alfie Hart third overall with those results. What have we got next? D Final. We are bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlaski Racing Line. Most of those got something to be happy about. Hobbywing being used, Hobbywing speed controls and motors being used in both the winning cars. Tony Sport obviously associated with Mark and the products that he do. Automatics taking their first European title in the modified class. Montec's body shell being used. Zen Racing, the distributor of Hot Race tyres and the CRC chassis for the UK being used out there. So all of them with reasons to be very, very happy with the results from this weekend. Dan Burks going to lead away.
So let's see, D main number 3 here in stock class, we're going racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Dan Burks leads away from Janne Koivisto. Janne already having won this overall with 2 wins. Running with Janne Koivisto at the moment. Marcus Andreasen in 3rd position. Dan Burks already checked out slightly at the front. A 1.6 second lead for Dan Burks. Nice and comfortable for Dan, the green and gold colour scheme. 2 seconds of a lead for Dan Burks. Is it all going to go right for Dan in the last run of the weekend? He's got a 6 and a 10. .9 seconds now. That's up to 2.1 from Janne Koivisto. Running with Koivisto, we've got 6/10 behind him. We have Marcus Andreasen. Janne Koivisto has already won this with 2 1s. Marcus Andreasen's got a 2 and a 3. Mistake from Dan Burks, and that has put Janne Koivisto to the front. Body tuck for Dan Burks. That's dropped him all the way down the field. Dan crosses the line in 4th position. He's around 4.5 seconds off the front. Janne Koivisto out in front to some degree. For the others in the final, this would be the best thing to happen if Janne runs away with this one, because he will take the 1 point off the table. Obviously, he's already won the first 2 legs of it. We'll see later on Ollie Payne and Mark Reinhard not running the 3rd legs of the A-mains. Janne Koivisto leading by 0.8 of a second from Marcus Andreasen. Still the closest battle going on out there. Still this close battle going on between Janne Koivisto, the yellow and blue coloured car, Marcus Andreasen, the white and orange coloured car. Half distance into this run. Still lead battle going on. One and a half tenths between them. 3 minutes 20 to go. Super close racing between these 2 drivers. Janne Koivisto and Marcus Andreasen. Marcus Andreasen still trying to find his way past Yannick Koivisto. Ducking and diving all over the rear of his car, makes a little bobble going out onto the main straight, bounces over the curbs. Just releases the pressure on Yannick for a little bit. Couple of laps of respite. Marcus coming back at him. 12.5 last time out for Marcus. 12.6 for Yannick. He's right back with him. 0.3 of a second between them. 2 minutes for Yannick to hold on. He doesn't need to hold on. He's already won the first 2 legs. Still Yannick Koivisto from Marcus Andreasen. 1 minute 30 left to go. They're going to want some help from the referees. There we go. That's great calling from the refs to get them through that traffic. Yannick Koivisto just keeping it tight. Andreasen had a little look coming out onto the straight. They kind of seem to have settled into a bit of a rhythm. It's super close. There's 0.2 between them. But you don't really get the sense that Marcus Andreasen feels a desperate need to get past. 40 seconds left to go. Yannick Koivisto still leading from Marcus Andreasen. Having said he didn't look like he wanted to get past particularly, he now looks like he is winding up to have a go. 20 seconds left. It will be this lap and then one more. They're not going to be the only drivers to make the split, so they're on the final lap then. Yannick Koivisto, a few more corners to hold on from Marcus Andreasen. Down the main straight once more. There's not many opportunities left. Here we go, out of the last corner, across the line. Yannick Koivisto takes that by 1.5 tenths from Marcus Andreasen. Yannick Koivisto from Marcus Andreasen from Mikkel Bak. Okay, getting ready for the Spec C Final. Welcome to you if you are just joining our coverage here on RC Racing TV. We've got the Spec C Final coming up, so marching on apace through all of the finals. This is the final round of finals. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing. And we'd also like to thank Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you the coverage. Werner Spanbruckner will lead away in this one. Looking at the C main, Werner has already had 2-round wins. With that, what do we got? Thomas Stenger with a 3 and a 3. We've got Freddie Parker with a 2 and a 6. Rico Clays with a 2 and a 7. Werner not taking the start by the looks of this one. So Rico Clays in the pound seat. But we'll keep an eye out on Freddie Parker, who starts on P5, but that's a net 4th.
Yeah, C main number 3, we're going racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Rico Clays leading away from Thomas Stenger. Front 4 got away quite cleanly. Rico Clays leading from Thomas Stenger, Jack Lieber and Freddie Parker. Freddie Parker puts a great move on Jack Lieber. So Freddie Parker up into P3. With no Werner Spanbruckner in this one, there is an opportunity for someone to take that singular point for the leg win. Rico Clays from Thomas Stenger. And Freddie Parker. Rico Clays already with a 2. Freddie Parker with a 2. If Rico get to 1 here, that would get him 2nd overall. Werner Spanbruckner already taken it. Rico Clays still leading this one. Half a second between the lead 2. Rico Clay still leading from Thomas Stenger. Freddie Parker. Jack Lieber. Still out in the lead, Rico Clays from Thomas Stenger. Freddie Parker 1.8 seconds back from Thomas Stenger. Rico Clays doing all he needs for 2nd overall at the moment. Leaders off the end of the main straight. Small mistake there for Rico. Let's Thomas close in a bit on him. 0.6 of a second. Oh, a bit of a mistake there for Thomas Stenger as well. That extends Rico Clay's lead. Freddie Parker now closing in on the car of Thomas Stenger. Let's see if we can pick up Freddie. He is the orange front, white centre, yellow rear down the main straight now. Freddie Parker running in 3rd. He is only 0.6 off of Thomas Stenger, who is only, I say he was only 0.6 off. He seems to have dropped back a bit on that lap. So it's a slow lap for Freddie. Fred Hatfield saying great racing, good commentary, still a great class. Yeah, great to hear from you, Fred. Hope you're doing okay. Rico Clay's leading this one. We're running with the car of Thomas Stenger at the minute. Running in second place. He is 1.2 seconds off of Rico Clay's.
4:30 down, 3:30 to go.
3:30 left to go.
Here in stock class, Rico's still in the front from Thomas.
Oh, a bit of a mistake, bit of a bobble there for Thomas Stenger.
Rico front losing by 1 second now after almost 5 minutes. No big mistakes from both of those two guys. It's pure speed. About a second slower over 5 minutes. Freddie Parker, driving skill, fully in the 3 spots and gets in the 4. Stefan Hoyes in the 5, Cartwright in 7. Cartwright in 6. Dennis Dieter in 7.
Still Rico Clay's leading 1.1 seconds ahead of this car. We're running with Thomas Stenger. Very even driving, gaps remaining constant. Less than 2 minutes now for Rico Clay's. Rico, the car one in front of this one. Let's see if we can pick him up. The white and green coloured car. There we go. This is Rico Clay's.
Freddie goes his own race line and Jensen has to try to find somewhere to come around. Doing a good job so far. 1:30 left of racing. Pulled a little bit, very young man standing out there and racing. And Jensen trying to find a way past the youngster.
What have we got? We've got into the final minute now for Rico Clay's. He's got Thomas Stenger 0.8 of a second behind him. Seven tenths now the lead. Rico Clay's just managing to keep the gap to Thomas Stenger constant. It's about 3/4 of a second.
so tired. I was just.
No, you do no mistake.
5 minutes to start.
So it looks like we can start it now. But B main, here and now, 12's getting the P man. So you guys take one lap and then go for the starting grid. All cars are checked in, that's good.
Okay, cars being formed up on the grid. Now, got a bit of a suggestion here, actually. James Hart's won the first 2 legs of this one, so he's already won this. But we've got a battle for the European Junior title going on out there, so perhaps we should focus on that for this one. So we've got Finley Whitelock starting P5, Chase Mackman starting P7, Andrea Torrigiani starting P8. So we'll let the first lap start and see where everybody ends up, and then we'll pick up the battle for the European Junior title and kind of focus on what that is doing.
Save the tires. We got the juniors here. That's also now they got a very good race for those guys because I know Finley was sometimes in the front and Andrea got one in the front. So now we have to see Chase had to make a good one this time. And we have some fun, excitement racing here in the junior final. So yeah, B main number 3 coming up. Let's go, guys.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
James Hart leads away from Alex Anderson, Morgan Williams in 3rd. Okay, first lap has gone through. So we said we were going to pick up the juniors, didn't we? Okay, let's go back, pick up the orange coloured car, or the second orange coloured car. There we go. That is Finley Whitelock. He is running in 5th position at the moment. So let's have a look at permutations here. Finley Whitelock, he has got a 7 and a 10. Adding a 5 to that, 5 and a 7 would get him to 12 points. Andrea with a 4 and a 9, he's on 13. Chase with a 5 and an 8 is 13. At the moment, Andrea and Chase are 9th and 10th, so they wouldn't improve their scores. So, as things stand, if Finley finishes 5th, he is the junior champion on 12 points. We'll run with Finley then. And continue to run with him. And in fact, I think we have had Chase retiring from this one. We have, unfortunately. So it is down to Finley Whitelock and Andrea Torrigiani. Finley Whitelock we're running with, trying to catch the car of Hupo Honegol. Finley finishes 5th, remember. He takes the European Junior title. James Hart out in front, has already won this with 2 leg wins. That's why we're focusing on the battle for the European Junior title. Chase Mackman already out of it. He had a 5th last time out, but his added to the 10th in the first leg. Or he's not going to improve his score, certainly, from where he is. Finley with a 7, add the 5 to the 7, and he can end up in... He would end up on 12 points. Finley up to 4th now from Hupo. This would look even better. This would get him a 7 and a 4. It's going to put him on 11 points. Finley Whitelock just getting the car moving, keeping the car circulating. Running with Finley Whitelock at the moment in 4th position. He is just off the back of Morgan Williams. Unlikely to catch him, he's 1.7 seconds back, but we are watching Finley Whitelock heading for the European Junior title. This would be all that Finley needs to add to his 7th earlier on. Three minutes left. James Hart already having won this final with 2 leg wins. Andrea only having got back to 8th position.
5 minutes, 20 seconds gone, 2 minutes, 40 to go.
Looking pretty good for Finley Whitelock at the moment to take the junior title. This is going to be enough for Finley with his 7 from earlier. So actually, Andrea also with a 4. Just keeping an eye on... Oh, hang on, Hupo stopped. That gets Andrea up to 7th. Andrea finishing 7th. His 4 and a 7, right. Andrea now with a 7 potentially. Oh, James Hart dropping down now. Finley Whitelock up to 3rd. That would be enough again for Finley. Okay, so Finley Whitelock still in the pound seats. Oh, James Hart dropping down the field. Andrea up to 6th. What have we got now? We've got Finley Whitelock with a 3 and a 7. That's 10 points. Andrea would be a 4 and a 6. 3 and 7 beats 4 and 6. So Finley Whitelock we're running with at the minute. Got a retirement for James Hart. So Finley Whitelock we're running with 40 seconds left. Pretty certain at the moment he is heading for the European Junior title. We know it's between Finley and Andrea. .15 seconds left. Finley Whitelock running in third position. Should be doing enough. Finley Whitelock, time has expired. Finley Whitelock about to cross the line and think that's enough for his junior title. So I do believe we'll wait for Andrea to cross the line as well. Andrea has crossed the line in P6. So pretty certain now that everybody finished. That is everybody finished. Let's just get an update on the ranking list. James Hart already winning that, we know. Alex Anderson. Yes, Finley Whitelock does take 16th overall. Finley Whitelock is the junior champion. All set then for the A main, leg number 3. So we're not going to have Ollie Payne out there, as Ollie Payne has already won this one. So Max Mackler starts P2 on the grid, which is a net P1. Ollie Boltink starting second. Michael Bolt third. We've got Max with a second, and we've got Ollie Boltink with a second. Max leads away from Ollie Boltink. We've only got one Ollie in this race now. That makes my life a little bit easier. So Max from Ollie B. Still Max out in front from Ollie Boltink. Win for Max in this leg to add to his second from the first leg would get him second. Ollie Boltink with 2 seconds would be third overall. Still out in front, Max Mackler from Ollie Boltink. These two raced each other for many, many years. Half a second between them down the main straight. Some of the tension gone out of this with the title already decided in favour of Ollie Payne, but they will still be wanting to finish on the podium if they can. Giancarlo Colucci, this is race number 11 out of 15. It shows it during qualifying, but they're referred to by their letters when we get to finals. Max Mackler, we are watching, leading. Max, obviously the current world champion in this class. Ollie Bultink running in second position currently. Sam Coult in third. Looked like Michael Bolt was closing in on Sam Coult, but Sam has pegged Michael. Still out in front. Max Mackler from Ollie Bultink, 0.6 of a second. This the battle for third and fourth we are watching. Michael Bolt trying to chase down Sam Coult. Let's have a look at what this would do for overall. Sam Coult's got a fourth and a fifth. Currently, Michael Bolt's got a third and a ninth. So what would we have? 3 and a 4 for Sam Coult. We would have a 3 and a 9, 3 and a 4 for... So yeah, they'd be tied on 9 points. As it stands, Ollie Bultink and Max Mackler would be joining Ollie Payne on the podium. Michael Bolt has a look up the inside of Sam Coult, doesn't like what he sees. Alan Bolt says, great driving, Michael. Yep, he is doing exceptionally well. Just trying to find a way through on Sam Coult. Out in front, Max Mackler is still leading by half a second from Ollie Bultink. This the battle for third and fourth we're watching. Three minutes remaining. Still watching Michael Bolt trying to find his way past Sam Coult. Michael sensing an opportunity. Max Mackler is still leading this one from Ollie Bultink. Looks like formation flying out in front. These guys 8 seconds back now. Michael Bolt trying to find his way past Sam Coult. .1 seconds the gap out in front. We're watching Sam Coult in third place in this heat. Michael Bolt has a look coming out onto the main straight. And, oh, bit of a hop over the curb there for Sam Coult. And, yep, he does the right thing. Backs out of it, so didn't profit from that mistake. Michael Bolt up into third position. So what have we got? 1 minute 12 left. Let's pick up the car of Max Mackler. He is running his race paint. There we go, through the chicane and out onto the main straight. Back 2 cars, there we go, that is Max Mackler. And Sam now coming under some pressure from Adam Isay. So they're just in front of these two. Max Mackler through on Adam Isay. So 1.4 seconds now in Max's favour. Max through on Sam Coult as well. .20 seconds left to go for Max Mackler. Max Mackler then going to cross the line to take the leg win from Ollie Boltink, Michael Bolt and Sam Coult. Time has expired. Max Mackler takes that, so he will be second overall. Let's just get a confirmed ranking list on that. Ollie Payne with a 1, a 1 and a 10. Max Mackler with a 1 and a 2. Ollie Boltink completes the podium with a 2 and a 2.
Okay, so about to get going with the modified D Final 3. Every racer that made the finals, that's everybody, gets triple finals, triple leg finals. So best 2 results to count. So we go, just 5 racers in this one, all of them making the grid. Following Mazzini and Ferretti. So coming through the chicane, the white and the sort of gray-blue car. Ooh, Ferretti getting hung up there. Getting collected by Lempriere, who was in third, was now second. So we'll come across and that will be reflected on the screen. So we're with, this is the battle for second. Lempriere shooting away, coming through the middle sector and into that sweeper and chicane section, down the main straight again, into the Omega turn and across the loop. That's the timing and scoring section on the left side of the track. Lempriere, probably I think we're at that point of the weekend where we can say that this is the nicest body shell on track, probably. Quite unique. Another very pale blue on it. Doesn't really show up in person. You just see it more on camera. It's interesting. But yes, this is Ferretti, who started second and had a mistake going over the loop. Yet you wouldn't think that those little very slightly raised red and white sections would cause these cars so much trouble, but of course the ground travel, the ride height is so low on these cars that they very easily get beached on, like they could run over a pencil lead probably and get beached. But that's how they get the performance out of them. There's Ferretti chasing Lempriere. Closest battle on track. This is the battle for second. The car way ahead of them on track. You just see it flitting out of the edge of the screen. Is our leader Marco Mazzini. So we have an Italian, a Frenchman who is center of the screen right now, followed by another Italian. So while we have a bit of a lull in the action, I do want to thank our title sponsors, Hobbywing. Thank you very much, Hobbywing, for supporting the EFRA 2025 European Championships here in Zwevegem in Belgium. We also want to thank, and a big mistake, hitting the outer barrier for Lempriere. That allows Ferretti to catch up. Oh, another weird angle on the turn there. But hopefully they hold off any further action. Let me just get the rest of our supporting sponsors out of the way. Tony Sport, Awesomatics, Montech, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Michael Orlowski will be on track later on in about 3 races' time. So Lempriere leading this battle for second, followed by Ferretti. We're almost halfway through. Marco Mazzini leading away, untroubled, because these two are battling enough with each other. So let him pull a good gap. It's about 5 seconds ahead. Ooh, lap traffic getting... What happened there? I think it was there was a, I don't want to say a brake check, but it was a, I think Ferretti just went way too wide and slowed right down, and then Lempriere went up the back of the car, and that knocked them both out of whack. But end result is that the positions have switched now, so it's Mazzini, Ferretti, and Lempriere. Devald and Schwartaki are running 4th and 5th. Those are the other cars that they're passing. Let's see who this is. I think it is Schwartaki, Boyd Schwartaki, who they've just passed in that yellow and or white and blue car. But right now, this is Ferretti and Lempriere, still from the lights. From the tone, I should say, they have been battling. Letting Mazzini build a massive lead, and eventually there it goes going down the main straight. So he's not quite about to lap them, but I think possibly by the end of the race. Oh, and there goes Lempriere over the barrier. Oh, and is that it's either a body tuck or some more severe damage. Is that... That's quite severe. Obviously not a body tuck, but yeah, that is unfortunately the end of Lempriere's run. So you can see the computer is waiting for him, and he's dropped down. Ferretti has now lapped him. So this is Schwartaki, the white and blue, because we haven't shown any of these other racers. Schwartaki. Devald is the white and yellow car who's behind him, being chased by Ferretti to put him another lap down. No shame in that. It's the bottom final of modified, so the car and driving level is going to be quite varied at this end of the field. But the cool thing is everybody's getting triple finals, whether you're in the A Final or the D Final or even the H Final. And this white car here, actually very handy, is Marco Mazzini.
7 minutes on, 1 minute to go. 1 minute.
The yeah, 2 Italian. Oh no, Ferretti is pulled off now. In the I didn't see him come off. So just 3 cars left in this one. The Italian in the white car, Marco Mazzini, and in the yellow and white is Devald, Heinz Devald from Germany, and from Slovakia, Boyd Schwartaki, who is just about to be put under the lap down by Mazzini. The next race, I think it's 9 or 10 racers. Ooh, that's a good whack, but not hard enough to do any lasting damage. Next race will almost certainly have a lot more action than this. Don't worry, folks. Keep watching, and we'll have the Mod A3 final coming up in about half an hour. But the next one that is coming up for sure is the C Final. So time is finished. Everyone is done. And we'll pass you back over to James Stewart.
All getting set then for the Mod C Final. 3 finals left. Rene Yarn going to lead this one away because Teemu Saarinen not taking the start. What have we got overall?
Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, here in the modified class. Classes ready, drivers ready.
Jano Koivisto currently leading with 6 points with a 2 and a 4. Oh, this is open for everybody then. Let's get underway. Rene Jean leads away from Øyvind Stusdal. Øyvind taking the leg 1 win, but then bombing out with a 9th in the second leg. Rene Jean leading from Øyvind Stusdal. What's Rene Jean got? Rene Jean has got a... where is he? He's got a 2 and an 8. A 1 and a 2 would be kind of handy for him. A 1 and a 1 for Øyvind Stusdal would do the job. Nicola Morone doing a good job in third as well in this one. So Jean from Stusdal from Nicola Morone. Top three covered by about half a second. Stusdal to the front. So Stusdal from Jean. 0.6 of a second now. René Jean in second position. Øyvind Stusdal leading this one. That would go very nicely with his win from leg number 1. Minty green coloured car of Øyvind Stusdal. Heading in towards 2 minutes. Øyvind still leading this one from René Jean. About 1 second up. Still Øyvind Stusdal leading this one. Just getting away out in front. He's already got a leg win in leg number 1. This would give him the C main overall. And he's ended up on his roof. So just as he was lapping some traffic, and I think that was the car of Mario Neri. It was. René Jean back to the front then, with the white and green car. One car in front of this car. Let's run with him. See if he can close down that lead gap. Let's have a look. 1.1 seconds. René Jean leading from Øyvind Stusdal. This would give René Jean a 1 and a 2, Øyvind Stusdal a 1 and a 2. Then we would be down to looking on fastest times. What's René Jean heading for currently? A 41.801. Let's just have a look and see what Øyvind did earlier. He did a 42 in 11. So currently Øyvind's winning time is faster. We're on a 41.800 flat for René Jean at the moment. Let's see if we can pick up René. He is the white car with the green lip at the front. He is just going through the chicane and out onto the main straight now. There we go. That is René Jean, our leader. 41.803. Not sure this is going to be enough, because Øyvind Stusdal, although they'll be tied on points, Øyvind's finishing time of a 42-lap run with his win would be better than René's. predicted 41 lap run. And it's, 41.806 predicted for René Jean. So, Øyvind Støsdal, just waiting for him to cross the line. Where is he? He's 3 seconds back. Yep, 3 seconds back.
Coming into 6:30, 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
1 minute 30 remaining. René Jean leading this one by 1.6 seconds from Øyvind Støsdal. René Jean hanging on, predicted 41.805, so I don't think it's going to be enough. Well, it's not going to be enough. He would need to be on a 42 lap run to stand a chance of beating Øyvind Støsdal, providing Øyvind stays in second position, that is. He's relatively comfortable. Øyvind's got 5 seconds over Arno Buffat in third position. So I think we're going to see an overall position of Øyvind Støsdal from René Jean. Øyvind chasing hard. He's got the gap down to under a second from René Jean. Could yet make it academic. Half a second now. We're running with René Jean. Car just in the back of shot is Øyvind Støsdal. Exactly the same lap time last time round. Under 20 seconds left. They are on to their final lap now. Down the main straight for the last time. Going to be super close. And, Øyvind shoulder barges René out of the way, right on the line there. But think we're going to... it doesn't matter what order they finish in. It's not going to affect, even if that finishing order is reversed. They're not going to... it's not going to affect the overall results there. So Øyvind Støsdal taking that one from René Jean. And we'll just confirm on the ranking list, but Øyvind, don't think it's made any difference to the overall results in that one. All set for the modified B final, penultimate race of the day, of the weekend. So thank you to you if you have kept with us all weekend and kept up with everything. We're bringing you this live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. We're RC Racing TV. And we're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. We have already crowned 2 European champions. We've got Ollie Payne winning the Spec title, Mark Reinhard running the Mod title. So, understand just being held pending a referee's review of what happened at the end of the previous final. That was the Øyvind Støsdal pass on René Jean. Doesn't actually make any difference to the overall positions because even if Rene had won, his finishing time wouldn't have been fast enough. So they would have both ended on a 1 and a 2. But with Øyvind having the faster time, ready then for the B Final. Hupo Honegel going to lead away. What have we got in this one? Hupo has already won this with a 1 and a 1. Hupo leading away from Alexander Andersson. Finley Whitelock in third. Finley already having won the junior title for stock. And Hupo took the start but just parked it up, dropped to the tail of the field. Okay, looks like Hupo's wanting to test something but doesn't want to affect the results of it. So classy move there from Hupo. You would expect nothing less from a driver of his experience. Out in front of the field, Andreas Bryn leading this one from Finley Whitelock. Hupo starting out on pole and then getting out of the way, letting everybody else get on with it. Hupo having already won the first 2 legs. We are running with the car of Alex Andersson, the pink and white coloured car. In second place, we've got Oscar Fjeld in third. That is the yellow car behind Alex Andersson. Finley Whitelock down to fourth. Andreas Bryn leading this one. Is the white front, red rear car. Two minutes down. 6 minutes remaining. Less than a quarter of a second covering these front 2. This thrilling Mod B final. These 2 cars super close together as they have been all weekend. Andreas Bryn and Alex Andersson. 0.2 of a second. Oh, and a mistake there from Alex Andersson. That has promoted, I think that's Finley Whitelock up into second place, or it will be, because that was after they'd crossed the loop. I'll just confirm, because there's 2 orange cars out there, but pretty certain that's the car of Finley Whitelock. No, it's the... No, Alex Andersson. Okay, so that car is a lap down. Yeah, okay. That orange car that was in the mix, so it's Finley Whitelock in third position. Finley Whitelock, the slightly darker orange coloured car. Andreas Bryn then with a 1 second lead over Alex Andersson. That's Andreas Bryn we are running with now. Four minutes remaining. Andreas Bryn we are running with at the moment, leading from Alexander Anderson. Alex Anderson just under 1 second back. Finley Whitelock half a second back off of him. 1.5 seconds covering the top three at the minute. Andreas Bryn still leading. Under 3 minutes left for him now. Last time on track for all of these guys today. We have got one more final coming up after this, and then we are done. We're watching at the moment Alex Anderson fending off the attentions of Finley Whitelock. Less than 1 second covering the top three. Small mistake from Finley there. Just a little bobble over the curb. Two minutes left. Andreas Bryn still leading this one by 0.4 of a second from Alex Anderson. Finley Whitelock 0.6 further back. So still that 1 second. There's a mistake there from Andreas Bryn. Lets Alex Anderson right onto him. Andreas Bryn, the red front, white rear car. Alex Anderson, the pink car with the white skirt. Down the main straight once more, Finley Whitelock just off the back of this one. 0.2 between these front two. 1/4 of a second now. Finley's a whole 3/4 of a second back.
Down, 1 minute to go. 1 minute, guys.
1 minute left for Andreas Bryn to hang on. He has extended that gap over Alex Anderson. Oh, mistake there from Alex Anderson. That's let Finley Whitelock up into second position on the last lap. Oh, and in fact, they have made the split. So Finley Whitelock, this is for the win. Finley Whitelock, oh, tries a move, it doesn't come off, but he had to try. It was the last lap, and they were the only two that had made the split. So good job there, Finley, but worth a shot. What's that done to the overall in the B main? Hupo had already won it. Alex Anderson is confirmed as second. Andreas Bryn is third overall. So what do we got now? We've got the A main minus Mark Reinhardt. So we've got Ollie Payne with a 2 and a 3. Michael Olowski with a 2 and a 3. Alex Hagberg with a 4 and a 4. So basically, one of Ollie Payne and Michael Olowski are on the podium. definitely, along with Mark Reinhard. Alex Hagberg would need to win this final to have a chance of getting on the podium. Everybody else is out of it. So Ollie Payne will lead away from a net pole. This is the last final of the weekend. Thank you. Right, our last final set to go. Thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Ollie Payne going to lead away this modified A Final, leg number 3.
Right or left side from the European champion Reinhard. We will see it in a few moments. A main number 3 coming up for the European Championship 2023. We're going racing, guys.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Ollie Payne leads away from Michael Orlowski and Alex Hagberg. Already front two looking like they're making a little bit of a break for it. Payne from Orlowski from Hagberg. Payne leading this one. Remember, he and Mark were edging away from Michael Orlowski in that last leg and had an unfortunate coming together with a back marker and just separated them out, let Michael Orlowski pop up in second. Michael hanging on though to Ollie. Ollie's gap at 6/10 currently. So really we're deciding who sits second and third on the podium. One of these two will definitely be on there. The only other person that can join them is Alex Hagberg. So Alex would need a win in this leg. And that, unfortunately for Alex, hasn't looked likely all weekend. We're running with defending champion Michael Orlowski. Will be handing his title over to Mark Reinhard, who has already won it with the first 2 leg wins. Ollie Payne backs it into the corner, but his gap is still at 2/3 of a second. Those two have already broken away from the car of Alex Hagberg. Alex Hagberg 2 seconds back. Lonely run for Alex. He's watching 2 cars driving away in front of him. He's watching the rest of the cars fall away behind him. Under half a second now that Michael Orlowski is behind Ollie Payne. Nico Saarinen's got out the way this time. Still under half a second between the 2 lead cars. This is the battle over second and third spots on the podium. It looks like whoever takes this will get the second spot on the podium. Ollie Payne already collecting a couple of pots this weekend. The TQ for stock, the win for stock. Quarter of a second now between Ollie Payne and Michael Orlowski. They're closing in on Mobers. Mobers sees them coming, gets out of the way of the pair of them. They're past Sutrick. Michael Orlowski now right on Ollie Payne. It's less than 2/10. Quarter of a second now between them. But the two of them are basically together down the main straight. Two-way battle down the main straight. Ollie Payne keeping it tight and dives for the inside. Michael Orlowski puts a move on him, and Ollie turned in on him and has backed out of it and given him the position back. Ollie's car now looking a little bit loose. Michael Orlowski leading with the blue-coloured car. Oh, okay. Michael called to give that one back. Okay. Okay, so Michael Orlowski complying, giving that one back. Gonna have another go. So looked like, I mean, Ollie waited for Michael to rejoin and didn't call that, but let's see if Ollie can extend again and go away. What do we got? Quarter of a second between these two. A little bit deep from Ollie there, just opened up an opportunity. He's having to defend pretty hard. Less than 2/10 still. Under 2.5 minutes left. Oh, great move from Michael. That was super clean. So fantastic move from Michael Orlowski there. Ollie Payne running in second, and actually Hagberg's with them now. So the battle now is between Alex Hagberg and Ollie Payne. This the battle for second position. Just thinking actually, with Ollie having two... no, he's had a second and a third. Okay. 2 seconds would be enough for him. Just watching Ollie Payne trying to fend off Alex Hagberg now. Michael Orlowski running down the road. He is 2.3 seconds down the road. The edge looking like it's just gone off of Ollie's car. After... well, it's never quite been the same since that little moment with Michael Orlowski. But Michael put a clean move on him after he had been instructed to give the position back. Under 1 minute to go. This, the battle for second and third. Michael Orlowski leading this leg. And that would give him a 1 and a 2, 3 points. He would be runner-up and second on the podium. 30 seconds left. Ollie Payne versus Alex Hagberg. 20 seconds left. These two, 3.2 seconds now down on Michael Orlowski. Last lap down the straight. They're just going to cross the line. Last the racing action. Ollie Payne gets it. So Michael Orlowski is on a victory lap. Michael Orlowski hasn't finished, comes through and crosses the line. Michael Orlowski takes that, and with it, second overall. So Michael Orlowski second overall. Ollie Payne ends up third overall. There we go. Mark Reinhard, Michael Orlowski, Ollie Payne, your overall podium for modified. So thank you for joining us for our coverage. Thank you again to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. For helping to bring you this coverage, we've been RC Racing TV.